From the high desert. Want to take a ride from the high desert and the great American Southwest? From the Coast to Coast AM archives, you're listening to the best of Art Bell.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be, across all these time zones. Howdy.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing.
So, from New York City, staying up late, here is Dr. Malachi Martin.
For a very long time, I've been on a search for some sort of proof of life after death.
Here is somebody who calls himself Single 7. Single, are you there?
Yes, I am.
There's going to be the biggest UFO sighting of the century.
You're listening to Art Bell on Premier Networks.
You're listening to Coast AM with Art Bell, live on the CBC Radio Network. To call the show locally, dial 383-8255. 383-8255. To call toll-free all across the West, dial 1-800-338-8255. The Wildcard direct lines are area code 702-385-7214. 385-7214. And finally, if you've never called the show before, try the first-time caller line at 702-385-7213. We invite you to participate on the Talk of the West KDON and the CBC network. When your call is answered, please turn your radio down. Each caller will be allowed up to 3 minutes, giving more listeners a chance to join in.
From the flagship station of the CBC and BRN radio networks, KDWN, the 50,000-watt clear channel voice of Las Vegas, on 720. Good morning. We're just up past a full moon. We're here for all-night talk radio, and we have on the telephone our guest for the evening, John Lear. Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. And we're going to be here from now until 6 o'clock in the morning with some of the some of the very strangest information that you've ever heard. As a matter of fact, let me give my standard warning so I don't have to put up with the abuse later in the show. We're going to be talking about unidentified flying objects, aliens, alien technology, its effect on Earth, and a lot more, some of it at times relating to religion and very sensitive. And my caution to you all, my caveat would be, if this kind of thing disturbs or scares you, or there's anybody in the room that would be disturbed or scared, please get them out of the room and or turn the radio off. For the rest of you, John Lear in just a moment. Right now, I want to tell you about the C. Crane Company, and the C. Crane Company is a most unusual company. They ought to be your one-stop Christmas shopping store. Here's kind of a partial list of what's available, and this also is a caveat. They're beginning to sell out. Despite how well they stocked up for Christmas, they're beginning to sell out, so if you wait much longer, you may be sorry. It's all going very quickly. The C. Crane Company has in stock, in limited stock now, the Sangean 818CS, the best radio in the world, $250, AM, FM, shortwave, the complete shortwave band, nothing more sensitive nor selective on any of the bands than the Sangean. It's an incredible rating. It has a built-in tape deck to record whatever you hear and play it back. You can set it up with a timer. It's got 42 one-touch memories. It's a serious radio. A BFO, you can hear the world. It brings the world to your doorstep. Stock is now beginning to get low, $250. They've got the TV radio. It's about the size of a pack of cigarettes. It gets AM, FM, and television, of all things. And it's got 19 one-touch memories. Boom, boom, boom. You just go right through the memories. You can include all the local VHF television stations you have, $69.95. They've got the select antenna, $50. It'll improve the radio reception of any radio. Just put it next to it, no batteries or wires. Tune it, and your radio reception is vastly improved. $50. They've got scanners for police, fire, emergency reception. If you want one of those, they begin at $125. It's all at the C. Crane Company. They'll open between 8 a.m. and probably around 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 tomorrow afternoon. The number to call, and I know it's hard to get through, is 1-800-522-8863. 1-800-522-8863. And I was told to warn you this morning, stock is getting low. And now, I'm going to go ahead and read his resume because I very much want you to know, all of you, particularly those of you who have never heard him before, you're in for quite a shock, who you're listening to. John Lear, 49 years of age now, a captain for a cargo airline, has flown 160 different types of aircraft in over 50 different countries. He held 18 world speed records in the Learjet, including the round-the-world speed record set in 1966, and is the only pilot to ever have earned and held every airman certificate issued by the Federal Aviation Administration. These certificates include the airline transport rating, flight instructor, ground instructor, navigator, flight engineer, dispatcher, airframe and power plant mechanic, control tower operator, and parachute rigger. In addition to this, he holds the PATCO Award for Outstanding Airmanship presented in 1968. Lear has flown missions worldwide for the CIA and other government agencies. He flew in Southeast Asia between 1966 and 1973 and has extensive experience in Europe, the Middle East, Afghanistan, the Far East, Africa, the Pacific, and Atlantic Oceans. He has also flown experimental test flights for the Learjet Corporation and other companies. As a non-SCED pilot, he's flown for 28 different airline companies in the past 25 years and has been a pilot for 34 years. Lear studied industrial design in college, then pursued his aviation career flying airplanes, seaplanes, gliders, gyroplanes, helicopters, balloons, and fighter-type aircraft. While attending high school in Switzerland, Lear became the youngest American to climb the Matterhorn in Zermatt. In 1968, he pylon raced a Douglas B-26 Invader in the Reno Air Races, the largest aircraft ever raced at Reno at the time. At age 28, He was one of the youngest Boeing 707 captains to fly in commercial airline service. A former Nevada State Senate candidate, John is the son of William P. Lear, Sr., designer of the Learjet executive aircraft, the 8-track stereo, and founder of Lear Incorporated, now Lear Siegler Corporation, a large defense contractor. Lear has written extensively about airplanes and other subjects, and was Middle East correspondent for Combat Illustrated between 1975 and 77 while stationed in Beirut, Lebanon with a cargo airline. Although Lear's father was outspoken in his belief of the existence of extraterrestrial visitors, to the great concern of the Pentagon, by the way, particularly because Lear Sr. was head of a large defense contracting company, John only became interested in the subject himself 7 years ago after talking with an Air Force pilot who was stationed at Bentwaters Air Force Base near London, England, where 3 small aliens were photographed by the Air Force, walking up to Wing Commander General Gordon Williams. Lear's extensive worldwide civilian, military, and intelligence contacts have made it easier for him to penetrate the secrecy surrounding the subject of UFOs. Then, in 1988, John became acquainted with a government scientist who worked at Area S4, part of the super-secret Area 51 at the Nevada test site. The scientist was a member of the most classified government research team then in existence. It was their job to research and try to duplicate the propulsion system of 9 recovered alien aircraft in storage at the Nevada test site. Lear is an amateur astronomer and photographer and has won several awards for his photos taken during his worldwide travels. He owned and campaigned the 12-meter America's Cup boat Soliloquy out of Marina del Rey, California for 2 years. He is vice president of the Generals Ward and Chenault Post No. 1, the Soldier of Fortune Post of the American Legion, and a member of the Special Operations Association. John currently is chief pilot for a cargo airline, flies Boeing 727s throughout the Caribbean and South America. Lear has 4 daughters, lives in Las Vegas with his wife, Marilee, a former actress, and youngest daughter, Jacqueline, 15. His hobbies include gardening, carpentry, and UFOs. I added the last. And so away we go without any further introduction, and that just about did it. Here is John Lear. Good morning, John Lear.
Harry, how you doing?
Good to hear you again.
Great.
John, there's been an awful lot of stuff going on, and that's mainly why I had you back besides the general discussion, which we always end up in. There's a whole bunch of stuff I want to ask you about. Number one is my sighting. Now, I don't know whether you've heard anything about this or not, but I'll tell you, John, I really did see a couple of things that may be nothing more than, falling something or another's. But on my way in from Pahrump toward Las Vegas, I have now seen in 3 different times what I really don't know what it was, John. It looked on the one hand a little bit like a falling star, but I've seen falling stars all my life. And this was not typical of a falling star. It was more like, I've described it as a green fireball, trailing fire behind it in a trajectory across the sky. It wasn't small. It wasn't like a typical falling star that we've all seen for years. It was, and I'll tell you why I'm mentioning this, John. It's because I said it on the air, and you wouldn't believe the derogatory mail that I've received. I joked around, said it's seed pod or something coming down, but that was just a joke. And for having seen this and reported on it, you can't believe the mail that I've received, John.
Yes, I can.
And so that set me to thinking, if that got me that kind of mail, and I said at the time, could have been a falling star, I don't know, but sure was strange, I can understand what you've gone through.
Well, it's been been quite an adventure since I accidentally got into this in 1985. It sure has.
I bet. Do you get, John, quite a bit of abusive, come on, what kind of nut are you kind of mail?
No, as a matter of fact, I don't think I've gotten very many of those at all. Maybe
really?
One or two in the last, 4 or 5 years.
Oh, I got all kinds of, Art, take a vacation. Art, working these late nights must have gotten to you. It's ridiculous. But I really did see these things, John. I don't suppose you have any thought or have heard anybody else talk about it. Green fireballs is what they were.
Well, it couldn't have been the sheriff's helicopter, right?
Oh, no, John. Nor was it swamp gas here in the desert. It may have been a gigantic falling star. I have no way of knowing, John, but...
Well, there was a lot of reports in 48, 49, and 50 in New Mexico of green fireballs. Lots of those. I haven't heard too many recently, but there certainly was back then.
I could only describe it as trailing fire and sparks and so on, and sucker was really moving. I mean, it just went across the trajectory in the sky in just, 4 or 5 seconds. It was really moving.
Oh, there's a lot of strange things flying around.
Yes, there are. Out in my valley, John, I see some mighty strange stuff. All right. I watched, I don't suppose you happened to see Sightings last night, did you?
No, I forgot to watch. What was on?
Sightings last night did a little segment on angels. And I hate to start in on this so early, but they commissioned the Gallup poll people to do a poll and ask the American people how many, by percentage, believe in angels. This will surprise you. 65% of the American people, according to Gallup, believe in angels.
How about that?
Well, it relates in a sense, because if that many people can believe in angels, I would think that also a very, very high percentage could believe that these UFOs are more than just something unidentified.
No.
Wouldn't that make sense?
Yeah, I think it would.
Okay, I've got a number of other things I want to cover with you. The Associated Press, a couple of days ago, John, reported on a very close call for Earth. At first I thought that it was an old report, but then they began to say, as we slept last night, a 2-mile-wide asteroid passed within 2 million miles of Earth, which they considered to be just close within a cosmic blink. And I note that in all of these, and there have been several instances like this lately, John, they always tell us about it after it has passed. John, can you hold on a sec? We've got to do a break. Stand by. We'll get back to John Lear in just a moment. This is CBC and BRN.
News Talk 720, KDWN, where locals come to talk. KDWN, Las Vegas.
Everybody, welcome back to the best talk radio in the nighttime from the great American Southwest. I'm Art Bell with John Lear, and we're going to be talking UFOs and other strange things this morning. So back to it we go, and John, that was a big rock. I mean, a 2-mile-wide asteroid that passed right by.
Well, they always tell us right afterwards. I think that happened about 6 months ago, but...
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. That's what I'm recalling. And it's been a series of these, John. Are we just going to sort of not wake up one day?
Probably be like that. Remember, a couple years ago, they got Dan Quayle head of some deal that was supposed to look out in space and see if there are any asteroids headed this way.
Everybody poo-pooed it. I recall at the time, oh, what a waste of money, they said. But I'm tired of hearing this about all this like a baseball score, you know. It seems to me, aren't we keeping track of these things? Shouldn't we be?
Well, it seems so. There's certainly a lot of them out there.
Well, here's the big $64,000 question, John. Suppose they saw one headed our way that wasn't going to miss. Would they tell us?
I don't know, Art. You got me. That's a good question, man.
Darn. Didn't want it to be a good question. Hope there'd be an answer. I'm worried about that. Anyway, on to some other stuff. Big news, John, about Aurora, the Aurora aircraft. A lot of people don't know what that is. What do you know?
Well, supposedly Aurora is the supposed name of a manned Mach 8, 5,000 mile per hour trans-atmospheric strategic reconnaissance hybrid jet, which can supposedly achieve orbit and probably dip into the atmosphere to gather intelligence and then skip back into space to continue its orbit. This aircraft's been seen by several people that I know. Supposedly it may have had a near miss with a 747 back August 4th. A couple of friends of mine were up at the test site last week and heard it. It has a very strange sound. It's a very loud, low-pitched roar with a rhythmic beat. And sometimes you can hear it around the Groom Lake area. It's very distinctive.
With a rhythmic beat. Now, I understand a little bit about jet propulsion, or even rocket propulsion. What would give it a rhythmic beat?
Now, I don't know that much about it either, but I know a few guys that do. Unfortunately, they're listening tonight, but probably won't call in.
Would you urge them to?
Yeah. Come on, guys. Call in and tell us what makes the rhythmic beat.
You know, don't you, John? All right, if such a person exists out there, we'll let them call on the first-time caller line, because the line's long since locked up here, John. That would be area code 702-385-7213. Is this Aurora aircraft, in your opinion, John, our technology?
No, it's our technology, and probably burns liquid hydrogen or maybe liquid methane. Is probably air-launched by another aircraft and probably made by Lockheed.
Uh-huh. I understand that it is triangular in shape.
Well, that story comes from somebody who saw it, I think, working on an oil rig in the North Sea, and it may be, but the thing that's interesting about this story is this guy saw a triangular-shaped aircraft either refueling from a C-130 or being paced from a C-130, and I can assure you that a Mach 8 aircraft could probably not do that. Probably not fly that slow.
We have quite a... Well, before I get to that, one more piece of real hard news here, John. I was listening, coming in to a station I listen to in San Francisco frequently, and they had an expert on who, astronomer, I believe, who suggested that indeed our sun... And I'm going to leave this as a teaser because I've got to go for another quick break here. But our sun has lost 1/10 of its output, 1% of its output in the last 2 months. We'll be right back.
If you own a gun or want to have the right to do so, you're right to
Good morning, everybody. Back to it. Back to John Lear. John, once again, I believe this is good hard information. They've measured 1/10% of drop in the sun's output in the last 2 months. Now, I'm not an expert on the sun, but this man appeared to be, and he suggested that was something to keep our eye on. That the sun is a big nuclear generator, and it does fluctuate, but probably ought not this much.
Well, maybe we ought to send somebody to fix it, like maybe God.
Yeah, he'd be about the only one, wouldn't he? I wonder in the end, John, do you think the Earth will just sort of will go out in a blaze of glory in some big astronomical event, or do you will be hit by something, or the people that you know about will have something to do with us, or we'll just go plodding onward?
I don't know. All I know is I'm going to have the greenest lawn.
At the last minute,
I've been really. I should be more perky tonight, but I've been participating in what's known as the Great Christmas Decoration and Light War in Western Las Vegas.
I see.
A few people have gotten together there. Their houses are across from each other, and trying to get more lights than the other person. And it's been.
I got an idea for you.
Trying to outdo the other.
John, I've got an idea for you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's perfect. Why don't you construct a little wood frame saucer and light it?
Sounds good.
I mean, you could have a red and blue light on top, and you could have it saucer shaped, and I don't know, it'd be neat. Anyway, John, you've got to understand. I know this is old, but a lot of people just have never heard you before, and they don't know what it is you think and what it is you believe based on the research you've done. So I don't know where you want to start, but give us a sketch.
Well, basically, you heard my resume. I got into this by accident in 1985. I met a friend who had come through Nellis Air Force Base, changing from active Air Force to National Guard. And this guy had flown with me in Laos and came over, and we talked about old times and asked him where all he'd been based since I'd seen him, which had been like 1972, 1973. Mm-hmm. And he mentioned Bentwaters. And most pilots have heard this story of this saucer landing at Bentwaters Air Force Base near London in 1980. So I said, when he said that, I said, oh, that's supposedly where that saucer landed in 1980. And he said, no, John, not supposedly, it did. He said, I didn't see it because I was confined to quarters, but I know the guys who did. And he gave me the names of General Gordon Williams, Major Ted Conrad, and Colonel Chuck Halt. And I looked at Greg and I said, what are you talking about? You mean this stuff is real? There are saucers and aliens? And he said, yeah. So I thought I had known a lot about secret operations, secret government operations. I'd flown quite a few missions and knew a lot of secret things, but I certainly didn't know anything about this, so I started researching it. And in 1987, in December, I wrote what became known as the infamous John Lear hypothesis about what was going on, and all it was my idea, based on the people that I had talked to, of essentially what was going on really in the field of flying discs, aliens, and that. And basically that was that in 1964 we had made an official contact with at least with one alien group, and we agreed to exchange to receive technology in exchange for helping them cover up the fact of their existence. And that contract has gone along. There's been a few changes, but essentially that's the way it works.
And essentially it still exists today in that same form or a modified form?
Yeah, supposedly. There are 9 recovered alien craft up at the test site. There's no question about that. There's probably at least one species of aliens that we work with up at the test site. There's no question in my mind that that's going on.
9 recovered craft. John, do you know whether we have applied any of this knowledge of alien technology? Can you point to any applications?
No, I can't think of anything that we've applied it to. There's a lot of rumors that it was, applied to the 117 stealth fighter and stuff, but I don't really see anything that, as far as the technology that we could have gotten, how it could be applied to the B-2 or the F-117. That's all straight technology.
Why is this still under wraps? Well, I guess you answered that question, didn't you? Because we promised to keep it that way.
Well, we promised to keep it that way, and there's a lot of religious, the religious aspect to this. It would upset a great many people. They'd want a lot of questions. There's no way that the government could come out and say, look, we have recovered an alien spacecraft, we have talked to aliens, but that's all we're going to tell you. they'd want to know more. They'd want to know the history of mankind, where we came from, and essentially we're just an experiment, and the government believes, and rightfully so, I think, that most of the people can't handle that. Now, there are a few that could say, oh, that's, really neat, and continue on existence.
I used to think that not true, John, that the American public was prepared to handle it. But I have come to the conclusion, after having done a number of shows with you, that it just ain't so.
That's correct.
Because enough of the percentage of the people, particularly religious folks, are so offended and downright angry that you just have to imagine the total chaos would be.
Downright angry that you would even suggest something like that. And so it's better just not to open Pandora's box at all, not even to open it a crack. And that's why the government, as ridiculous as they sound when you have a saucer 3 times the size of an aircraft carrier flying alongside a cargo 747 for 45 minutes, telling the public it's the planet Venus, because they'd probably rather believe that.
How do they keep getting away with this, John? I could sometimes wonder about that. You hear about what sounds like a documented bedrock solid sighting, by somebody like yourself with many years flying, and inevitably the government or some arm of the government issues a perfectly ridiculous explanation that seems to quiet everything down.
I think it's mankind's infinite capacity to be bamboozled.
All right, I'm going to again jump away for just a moment, John. I'm going to be asking you, though, when I come back, there's news about a black hole. Scientists apparently have confirmed the existence, or as close as they're able to, of a rather large black hole, and we'll be back with that in a moment. You're listening to the CBC and BRN radio networks. We're going on the trip of a lifetime. Wouldn't you like to come along? It's one of the most unusual cruises that anybody would ever have an opportunity to even sign up for. It's a trans-canal cruise. We're going through the Panama Canal. And on the way, we'll be stopping in some pretty exotic locations. It all begins San Juan, Puerto Rico. Actually, it all begins April 17th, I should tell you. San Juan, Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, the U.S. Virgins, Martinique, Grenada, Caracas, Venezuela, Curacao. Then we transit the canal a full day through the locks, and then we're back at sea and up to Acapulco, Mexico. It is a jewel of a cruise. Maybe even you might even want to call it a star. The Star Princess is the ship we'll be on, but it's going to be a star of a cruise, and they don't do this very frequently. So we thought we would offer you, in the way of a cruise this time, something that would provide memories for the rest of your life. That it will do. Come along with us, won't you please? We have, probably 1,000 pieces of literature out there now, those of you who have requested it. Need to get your deposits in quickly, because it's beginning to book quickly. It is urgent now that you get your deposit in if you want to come along on this incredible journey. For those of you that don't have the information yet, you had better call this morning. Here's the number. It's 1-800-638-1066. You can call it right now, 1-800-638-1066. Or here in Las Vegas, Good Times Travel that represents the incredibly efficient Princess Cruise Lines. That's how I thought of them on the trip. 878-8900, 878-8900. And back now to John Lear. John, for the first time, as I was saying, they apparently have confirmed, or as much as they're able, the existence of a black hole.
Now, the black hole is that hole into which at least $100 billion worth of defense budget is dumped, and the opening for this hole is in the center of the Nevada test site. It's called Area 51. I know all about that.
Yes, well, that probably qualifies as one that's even more documentable. But they actually have discovered this black hole, and I was just wondering, not that you probably would know, but I was asked earlier tonight, if you could get through it, what is likely on the other side of a black hole, John?
You're talking to the wrong guy. I know about aliens and flying saucers, but if you want to talk about black holes, you're going to have to talk to the expert, who, in my opinion, would be Bob Lazar. It'd be nice if he'd call in and tell us a little bit about the black hole.
Maybe he will. I'd like to hear from John. And I got a fax from somebody that asked about Mr. Lazar, and so I guess I should take this opportunity to ask you to go ahead and tell the story briefly, if you would, of Mr. Lazar, because it's an odd one.
Well, in 1988, I had given a couple of lectures at the library here, and several people were calling. One who called was a real estate appraiser named Gene Huff, and he wanted some tapes that I had. And I said, okay, come on up. And he came up with a friend of his who was a young scientist who didn't believe at all in flying saucers or anything. As a matter of fact, he thought we were nuts then, and he thinks I'm nuts now. But we had a friendship that lasted, I hope it still lasts until now, but about 4 months we gave him some information about different things, and kind of generally changed his opinion on saucers. He had worked at the Los Alamos National Laboratories. He had a very high clearance. He knew a lot of things that were going on, but he didn't believe anything in this UFO stuff until we pointed out a number of things. One, that Project Grudge still existed. He was able to confirm that with persons he knew had clearances at the classified library at Los Alamos.
Okay, Project Grudge, I believe, is a project that endeavors to what?
It's a collection of reports of sightings. And it was supposedly canceled by the Air Force in 1949 in favor of Project Blue Book, but in fact it still continued. But anyway, he was able to document that, yes, some of this stuff was true. So because he was so well schooled, he had at least 2 degrees, master's degrees, both of which were, I believe, from MIT. And because he had very powerful friends, namely Dr. Teller, he was able to get a job at EG&G local, or at least be interviewed by EG&G here in Las Vegas, and get a job up at the Nevada test site, specifically S4, where they kept these saucers. And I'll never forget the night that he first came to my house. It was December 6, 1988. He sat down, and I'm writing out some checks, and he says, John, I saw a disc today. And I said, what? And he said, I saw a disc. And I said, theirs or ours? And he said, theirs. And I said, oh my gosh, did you go to the test site? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, what are you doing here? Don't jeopardize your clearance, just find out what's going on and then tell us what. No, he says, you've taken a lot of flack over this, and I wanted to tell you that I saw it. It's all true. I know what the state of the technology is. It's not ours. It came from somewhere else. And that was about it. He worked up there for about 4 months until one night he invited us out to look at one of the test flights, and this was like April 6th of 1989. We were legally on BLM land watching this thing, but we got caught by security guards up there who harassed us for a little while. And the upshot of the thing was that they called him in the next day, and he decided not to go back to work.
And, well, then, of course, there's a bit more, as I recall. That man, and all trace of him, his educational background, his life disappeared.
Yeah, he went on TV, and he told what he'd seen. He was completely honest about what he had seen up there. And in order to check him out, Channel 8, George Knapp and Bob Stoldow did some checks, and it seemed like everything had disappeared about his background. His birth certificate had disappeared. Any record of his birth, all his degrees from the various colleges had disappeared. There was absolutely no way to prove who he was, and so it was a little bit hard to prove that who he was and what he had done.
there's a fellow named Dwayne, John, who sent me a fax, and there are a number of questions, and I'm going to keep referring to them. Some of them are pretty good. He works for Hewlett-Packard, by the way, and he said, Gulf Breeze, if it is a hoax, then why hasn't anyone exposed it as a fraud? He said, I'm not talking about the Ed Walters thing. I'm talking about the sights that take place every 2 to 3 days or so in the sky there. Again, why has the news media been kept very quiet about it? And wanted you to respond to that.
Well, I don't think they've kept quiet. I think all the three networks have been down there and gotten film, but, you know, you can just take so much film of lights in the sky. They're obviously strange, but there's no way you can prove they're extraterrestrial. I believe they are. I believe the Ed Walters story, there's a lot of people who've tried to discredit him, but there's an answer for all their arguments that are brought up. But oddly enough, nothing's been happening down in Gulf Breeze for about the last 6 months, unless it's just started happening in the past few weeks.
All right. I remember, John, an NBC report one night. I think it was Connie Chung, and it may have been in Tokyo. And they only showed it once, and they would never show it again, despite a lot of requests. But by golly, there was a saucer something in the sky behind Connie Chung. I think it was Connie Chung, the reporter. And do you recall hearing anything about that?
I don't remember that specific one, but there have occasionally been reports like that, but you don't usually see it on the major networks in a news format. You usually see it on the shows like Sightings and Unsolved Mysteries and that type of stuff.
All right. What does John know, it goes on in the facts, about the daily visit of a UFO in Mexico City? It's been going on for a couple of years now, and the only TV show to air this has been Sightings. What gives? Does he know why the news media has been kept quiet about this one?
I don't think the news media is kept quiet. There's certainly a lot of film. Where it started is about 6 months ago, there was an eclipse of the sun that could be viewed by Mexico City, and it just happened. Everybody had his video camera out filming the eclipse of the sun. Well, for some reason, there happened to be a lot of flying saucers out, and they got tremendous shots of these things. There was over 100 videotapes collected by Lee Elders, who went down there and started contacting everybody that had them. He worked with essentially the Mike Wallace of the 60 Minutes of Mexico, and they collected this, brought it back, and put it on Sightings. But as far as the major networks, what do you want them to do? Say, here's a flying saucer. It's been seen in Mexico City.
Well, you know what? I do. In other words, the major networks have never really dealt with this subject seriously. They always do it with a little smile or a chuckle or something. There's never been a good network-level investigation of all this. There was one we both recall, but I only viewed it as kind of mediocre. They've really never done a hard news look at this story. Why not?
The same thing that they don't want to do a hard look at AIDS. They don't want to know what the truth is.
That's tantalizing. Do you know what in fact, John, you've had a long life working at times for the CIA, now the investigations you've been doing in these areas. How much stuff is there that you know that you flat can't talk about?
I talk about most of it. I talked about quite a bit of it. I've noticed since you've gotten such a wide audience that you've kind of tapered off in your beliefs, Art. You used to be kind of almost to the point of where you believed that what we were talking about was real, and then lately in the past few months or so, you take a little occasional shot at me and UFOs and so on. So
what I do, John, is I try and stay balanced, and that's really hard to do, in the sense that I don't close my mind to it. Only a fool would do that. There are too many sightings. There's too much apparent evidence. But without seeing one myself, really seeing one, or without having evidence I can put my hands on, I cannot come to the point. I get people who call me, John, and they want to say, it's all so obvious. How can you not state that you believe in it? And other people will call and say, why can't you go on the air and just say that's all a bunch of trash and garbage? And I can't get to either extreme, John, without some kind of some kind of personal experience.
Well, for instance, you talked about the October surprise, and you made a comment a few weeks ago when they absolutely, put the final nail in the thing and said, we're not going to investigate it anymore.
John, hold on. We'll come right back to this. Hold on. I want to talk about that. Stay right there.
Egon's Plaza downtown. This is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good morning again from the Great American Southwest. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM with John Lear this morning. Back to him right away. I want to pick up on this, John, the October surprise. You and I have had some talks about some things regarding the October surprise that we still can't talk about, can we?
Yeah. It just sounded to me like a couple weeks or a couple months ago when the Senate decided not to pursue it any farther. You said, well, that proves that. There's nothing to that. And we both know that, yes, there was something to the October surprise. I participated in the October surprise to the extent that I was supposed to fly the guns and ammunition from Tel Aviv to Tehran.
I'm surprised you're airing this now. Why have you decided to go public on this?
Well, it's just you've never asked me. There's
Well, at the time we discussed it, you said, that can't be aired.
Because there was, in case of a Senate investigation, my attorney said, don't say anything to anybody. But since it's a dead issue now, I can certainly say.
Well, maybe it was a dead issue. Now that you've said this,
no, they're not going to open it up again.
You don't think so?
But anyway, the fact is I knew about that part, and there's also strong evidence that Bush certainly, the last time he was seen was at dinner on the Saturday that this all occurred, that he was supposed to be in Paris. He flew in a BAC 111, which is a large private jet, over to Paris, completed his meetings with those people, and then was flown back in an SR-71. It certainly didn't have to be Aurora.
SR-71, yeah, I said on the air the other morning, I did say, John, they all said he couldn't have done it. Well, certainly the Aurora, or even, I suppose, a lesser aircraft could have accomplished it.
The pilot that flew him back started to talk about this about 2 years ago, and he was put in jail, and he's still there.
Well, what makes you think you're going to be free to make your lawn green if you're So for the record, John, let's get this out again. Your participation in the October surprise was what?
Was to take the guns and ammunition that was promised to the Khomeini by Bush and Casey. It was to go to Tehran. The Mossad was handling and briefing the flights. It was to originate in Tel Aviv. We had to go through Turkey to get there, and so the deal with Turkey was to give us overfly rights that they got every other load.
How far had you actually gone with it, John? You were in an aircraft in standby, weren't you?
No, we were briefed, but the first airplane in got shot down. It was an Argentinian CL-44, and the Mossad couldn't figure out exactly why he'd gotten shot down, because he actually crashed about 40 miles south of Yerevan in Russia. And they supposed what they supposed happened is he was on his way out. He didn't have any. He'd already dropped his load, and so apparently the Soviets came down, intercepted him, and he thought, well, I'll go along with them. They can't prove anything, and then shot him down when they got him over Russia.
Holy mackerel!
But they couldn't prove it one way or the other, and they didn't want to risk the 707s, which I was flying. So they went another way, and it's my understanding. I didn't participate in the other one, but my understanding they went through Dubai, which would just cross the Persian Gulf into Tehran.
And you're pretty confident that because they have officially closed this, which was my reference the other day, that they will not, upon hearing what you've just said, reopen it, or there'll be cries to reopen it?
No, I don't think so, because they'd have to let Russ Bucker testify, and he's the SR-71 pilot that brought him back. and they just don't want to get into it.
Wow. Well, we just killed 1 hour dead, John, so stand by, relax, get some coffee or whatever, and we'll come back and do another.
Okay.
All right, stay right there. And that the same thing applies with UFOs, which I have never seen. Anyway, we'll get back to it in just a moment. You're listening to the CBC and BRN radio networks. The perfect gift is flowers, and I'm going to tell you why. Because you don't have to go down to the mall and find 800-257-3825. That's 1-800-257-3825. And now, back to John Lear. John, here we are again.
Oh.
I'm sure you heard what I had to say at the top of the hour.
Sure did.
And it is kind of that way, John. I just am not an absolute believer nor a disbeliever. My mind is open. I am impressed with the number of sightings and the things that we've talked about. In fact, it's frightening. But without hands-on, you can't make that final, or I can't, I should say, make that final step, that leap to yes, they exist. But you have, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely. But if you'd have walked in my shoes for the last 5 years and had access to all the information I had, you probably believe as I do.
Yeah. All right. So they are real. What are they, John? That's what a lot of people want to know that haven't listened before. What are the creatures that are in these flying things?
Well, I used to say that there was 80 different species visiting us. There's probably more. There's certainly more than that out in the universe. And there's all different kinds. There's the little gray people that do the abductions. There's ones that look just like us. And there's some awfully weird ones. There's just about any ones that you can imagine.
What do they want?
Well, supposedly, at least according to the documents that were read by Bob Lazar at the test site, we are an experiment. We were genetically changed, genetically experimented with. They made, I think, 65 separate corrections to make us what we are now, which is containers. They refer to us as containers. What we contain wasn't specified in the documents. You can speculate it might be souls, it might be blood, it might be enzymes, but in any case, the aliens refer to us as containers, and they made these containers. Now, according to the documents he read, they also engineered the world's major religions. And they did that in an effort to organize and pacify. They created the miracles so that we would believe in an entity, so we would not go off and rape and murder and pillage and that kind of stuff. We were given the 10 Commandments to live by, mainly so that they could organize and pacify and keep us all going in the same general direction.
They are our creators.
Supposedly, yeah.
Is that one of those things you're certain about, or does that hang in the air more as a theory, John?
Well, it's looking more and more correct. Who knows what the truth is?
What I want to do, I want to start taking a few calls, John, and we'll kind of hopscotch our way through the night here. A lot of people that want to talk to you, and I should service some of these blinking lines, so let us sporadically begin doing that. Good morning. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Good. Where are you?
Washington State.
In the state of Washington. Okay, you're on the air with John Lear.
Yes, Mr. Lear, do you believe that there may possibly be some sort of an invasion where they are taking over phone lines, flashing messages over televisions and so forth? Do you believe this can be a possibility?
All right, thank you. That would be a pretty open operation, wouldn't it, John?
Yeah, if the government itself wasn't doing that, certainly the aliens could probably be doing it.
Boy, I got a funny fax the other day, John. Listen to a little bit of this. If you use a modem, you are monitored. Every time you fire up a modem, you activate automatic monitoring equipment. I work for a large telephone network that routinely monitors modem and fax transmissions, They view whatever is transmitted, even encrypted data. Your government allows this under the heading Maintenance Monitoring. In the FCC rules, monitoring can continue for 6 months without legal procedure. The rules are part of an obscure pre-World War II action by the FCC's predecessor agency, saying no information may be encoded or transmitted over public or private forms of telephone or radio, with the exception of government agencies involved in national security. So they monitor fax and modem transmissions. Our government monitors all of this stuff.
Well, I was told the other day that not only that, but they can monitor your house through your cable for your TV. I had a friend who worked for a cable company. He said it was very highly sophisticated. He stopped short of saying that they could actually watch you, but they can certainly monitor you through the cable TV.
This comes, by the way, from a fellow ham radio operator who works for a company that does this kind of work up in the Bay Area, so he knows what he's talking about. And I guess just about everything certainly is monitored. Have you ever been concerned about that, John, on a personal basis? Certainly if I were in the government, I think I would monitor John Lear very carefully.
No, I don't worry about it because I know what goes on. In 1987, just after my series of lectures here, and I appeared on TV a couple times, I have a couple of teenagers here, and the Centel guy was up here putting in some phones, and he came in one morning and said, "Hey, John, do you know your phone's tapped?" And I said, "Really?" And he said, "Wow. Do you want me to find out where?" And I said, "Yeah." So he went out, and he came back about a half an hour later, and this guy said, I went behind your house up to the pole, then I went over to Monroe Street, and then down to Hollywood Boulevard, and then down to Nellis, and down to Bonanza. And he says, "It's further than that." He said, "I'll be back in a little while. I want to check what's going on." So he didn't come back until the next morning, and when he came back, he said, "John, I can't talk to you anymore." And I said, "What are you talking about?" He said, "I'm going to be on another route." He said, "What happened is I traced your phone tap to the mainframe at Centel," and he said, "I went to the FBI, and the lady there said that if I didn't like my job, I could quit." He said, "So I went home last night, thought about it. I went into work this morning, and that same lady was walking out of my boss's office and said the same thing to me. So they made it very clear that if I made any noise, that I wouldn't have my job. And I know who the guy is. I know where he works, and a couple of the other Centel guys often come by and say, so-and-so says to say hello to you." So,
John, that's creepy, but it's not a surprise.
There's no question in my mind that we're monitored.
I guess then your attitude just becomes, who cares? I'm above board, and I'm going to just keep doing what I'm doing, or does it intimidate you to know that?
It doesn't intimidate me. Everything's on the up and up. I'd like to expose some of this stuff that's going on. I don't think a lot of it is right, but it doesn't seem like we can do much about it.
Mm-hmm. Wildcard Line 3, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Art.
Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from Mesa.
Mesa, Arizona.
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'd like to ask him if it would surprise him to know that Clinton's mother's maiden name was Rockefeller, and that his real name is William Jefferson, B-L-Y-T-H-E, the fourth.
Life. The fourth. Is all of that a surprise to you, Joe?
No, I think what he's saying is everybody's connected that goes in the government. We think that we're getting somebody new, but really the President of the United States is just a figurehead. It really doesn't make any difference who's in there. The same people who run in the secret government are going to run it no matter who gets in it.
You know, funny thing, there was a day when I would have catcalled over something like that, but I have come to believe that this last election, whether it had been Bush for another 4 or Clinton for his first 4, it just didn't make much difference in terms of policy or anything else, and I've come to believe that.
The members Skull and Bones, Trilateral Commission, CFR, the whole thing, there's no difference.
Does that answer your question, caller?
I would like to know the spelling of the pilot's name and where you think he's located, what prison.
All right, thank you. John, what can you tell us?
It's Russbacher, Russbacher, and if he'll listen, in a little while I'll thumb through some papers here. I looked for it just before when you brought that up to get that paper that I have, but if he'll listen later, I'll wrestle around for the address where he can be contacted.
John,
is on a tour. She's the one that is trying to get him free, and she's the one that's doing all the public speaking on his behalf.
Wow. John, is there anything that we could do on Earth, or we might do, that would cause these aliens to come out of their invisible closet and intervene in some way in the course of events here?
No, I don't, intervene in what sense?
Well, suppose, for example, tensions were increasing and it looked as though some idiot was going to push the button despite the Cold War now being gone, in other words, we're on the edge of self-eradication or something of that magnitude.
I've heard stories, unsubstantiated, that they have, in several cases, either changed the firing mechanism or changed the place where something was supposed to land, different rockets. But I don't know whether that's really true or not.
Or if some astronomical catastrophe began to be apparent. I'm just wondering if the architects of all of us would intervene and prevent such an occurrence, or they would just view that as the end of the experiment.
Well, they might be getting ready just to clean out the Petri dish themselves anyway.
And just that's a good place to hold it, John. We're at a break. Stand by. I'm going to think that one over. Good morning, everybody. You're listening to the CBC and BRN radio networks. I'm Art Bell with John Lear.
News Talk 720, KDWN, where locals come to talk. KDWN, Las Vegas.
I'm Art Bell. I just happened to be in the neighborhood, so I dropped by to extend a special invitation for you to join me Sunday for Dreamland. It should be a great show. My guest will be Dr. Elvin Taylor. The topic, subliminal perception. Don't miss it. Sunday, Dreamland, right here on everybody's favorite radio station.
Now from the archives of Coast to Coast AM, Art Bell describes a rather unfortunate on-air situation.
I've got next to me what's called a cart rack. It's an affair with slotted little holes that hold the commercials and the bumper music and all that sort of thing. It came apart during the break, and so a bunch of carts fell down. As a matter of fact, I got them all down here. And so I thought I would fix it, and I ran into the other room and got a container of super glue. And I guess I hadn't put the top back on it, so I took a pair of scissors right here, and I cut the top off the super glue to get it to flow. Well, it flowed all right. It flowed all over me. So I tried to pick it off, but it was still flowing on my finger. And I think that I've glued my lips together. This is the dumbest thing that I've ever done by a country mile. I actually glued my lips together. I did. In my panic, I ripped part of my lip off. Piece of my lips. Come on. Join Art all night long, or any portion thereof. You never know what's coming next on Coast to Coast AM, and neither does the host. Actually, a little piece of my lip in the ashtray here.
Plaza downtown. This is KDWN Las Vegas.
Vegas, I'm Art Bell with John Lear, son of Bill Lear, creator of the 8-track tape deck, the Lear Executive Jet aircraft. And John has some strong views in many areas, including aliens, UFOs, and I guess our political course in this country as well. And back now to John. John, exactly why are we developing the Aurora aircraft? And
well, the exact same question that you just asked was asked by Senator Robert Byrd, who is the chairman of the Senate House Appropriations Committee, and he went to the Deputy Secretary of Defense and said, "Hey, what is that airplane that goes Mach 8? We don't see anything in the budgets." Now, Senator Byrd is one of 16 people who is allowed to see everything in black budget.
So he said, "I don't remember signing anything on that."
There was nothing under there. So they had some other questions too. NBC April 20th ran a story about saucer-like objects over Groom Lake.
Yep.
Channel 13 had some strange lights that they photographed over Groom Lake. Aviation Week, May 11th and August 24th, had pictures of strange contrails. There was those skyquakes in Southern California. Wall Street Journal comes out with a story. All these things seem to say that there was something strange going on. So Byrd sent out a guy to Las Vegas here last Saturday, Dick D'Amato, senior legislative aide, and he was going to make a surprise trip to Groom Lake, and he told us that, if there was stuff going on and it wasn't through the normal budget, that in his words, he was going to pull the plug on Area 51. So he goes up there on Monday to Groom Lake to tour around and see if any of that stuff is there that we are saying is there, namely Aurora, S4, the disc down at S4, the new unfunded secret airport called Sandia next to Paiute Mesa. And he went up to Groom Lake. As fate would have it, it was snowed in that day, and they told him that they couldn't take him anywhere because of the snow. He said he wanted to go down to S4, and they said, "Oh, you've been talking to that Bob Lazar guy, huh?" So apparently he's going to go back in 2 weeks, and they said that they would take him down there in 2 weeks, but they wouldn't find anything. They told him that there was nothing there. So I imagine 2 weeks will give him enough time to move stuff out.
And there won't be anything there in 2 weeks.
I don't have anything against black budgets or anything against secret projects, but when you consider the American taxpayer is footing the bill for these operations, and all likelihood is paying 2 or 3 times the real cost for the legal budget programs to support the black budget programs, you might want to know who the enemy is that we're really preparing to fight.
Well, that was the nature of my question. What do we need this aircraft for?
We have met the enemy, and he is us.
In the sense that with a well-defined, understandable enemy or not, we're going to keep doing this, period.
Sure.
Wildcard line 3, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Linda from Oregon, and I would like to ask John if he has heard of L. Fletcher Prouty. And,
yeah, sure. He was, L. Fletcher Prouty was one of the 4 people that made up the composite Mr. X in the movie JFK that Oliver Stone made.
Correct, and I really got an enlightenment about Vietnam and why Vietnam happened.
Yeah, L. Fletcher Prouty wrote a book about 20 years ago called The Secret Team, and he's just recently written another one that elaborates on that. There's also a book out that you'd be interested in called The Man Who Knew Too Much. It's about 850 pages, and it really goes detailed into the Kennedy assassination.
I see. Does this also deal with the CIA and the master planners of the world?
Yes, it does. Not so much the master planners, but the part that the CIA, the FBI, and everybody else had in the assassination of President Kennedy.
And it's called The Man Who Knew Too Much by Prouty?
No, Fletcher Prouty's book is different. The Man Who Knew Too Much is a separate book.
And that's by whom?
I'm not sure of the author, but it's just come out. You won't have any trouble finding it.
Well, I really appreciate getting through and getting your response on that, because I found it so credible that this man seemed to have such knowledge and I'm just so glad to hear your views on it, and I thank you.
All right.
Yeah, Prouty is one of the good guys.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate your call. John, I'm going to ask you to comment on kind of a general topic here. One of the good guys, you said. The UFO community, and it's pretty large. There are a lot of people who talk and lecture. You're probably one of the most respected, maybe king of the heap. And there is an unbelievable amount of dissension among UFOologists. Why? What's going on here? Why is there so much dissension? Is it
Met the other day, they had gone to their first UFO conference, and they thought that everybody would be more or less generally aligned, but it's not the case. There is a lot of different views, different axes to grind. You have the Bill Coopers who are really out on the one end, and the Linda Howes who are out on the other end.
Exactly.
And the rest of us that, trying to bring some sensible sense to the thing, and it's just difficult to do. Everybody has a different axe to grind.
I've noticed that every time two people don't agree, the standard thing seems to be to accuse the other guy of being a CIA disinformation operative.
That is the standard modus operandi.
In other words, if you don't agree with me, you've got to be CIA. This has to be disinformation, and boy, these charges and countercharges just fly in the magazines, don't they?
That's the way it works.
All right, let's take some more calls. Good morning on the first-time caller line. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear.
Good morning.
Good morning. Where are you calling from?
Susanville.
Susanville. All right, turn your radio off and go ahead. John's right here.
Okay. How you doing, John?
Hey, pretty good. How you doing?
Very well. Surprised I got in. My comment, John, is you were talking about how the how to explain this thing. It's kind of difficult. I'm thinking in the Christian thinking is if this thing came out the way that you're talking, all the Christians, or a good percentage of the Christians, would probably have a second thought about Christ, and that is the reason that the government is kind of holding this back. Is that the way you're trying to explain it?
Well, that's correct, but when you say all the Christians, you think you're talking about a lot of people. Remember, there's 6 billion people on this planet, and 5 billion of them aren't waiting for Jesus to come back.
Yeah. Well, how about the idea of maybe Satan, who is supposed to be running this world prior to Jesus returning, drumming up this infatuation?
Well, is there a Satan?
Well, is there a Jesus Christ? You look on both aspects, and the way that the Bible reads, I think, is that Satan is supposed to be running this world until Jesus Christ returns, and maybe this is the big ploy that Satan is playing.
Well, that could be, yes, but as Art knows, I try to stay out of the religious aspect of this, because I stick to nuts and bolts. If you want to talk about gravity amplifiers and antimatter reactors, that's what I like to talk about, but I kind of steer clear of the religious aspect.
Well, I'm open-minded myself. I believe in Jesus Christ, but I still am open-minded to these UFOs and what have you, but I'll stand by here and listen a little bit more of this program, or watch it on television is what I'm doing through the satellite, so I appreciate the call.
All right, sir, we appreciate your call. Thank you very much. It is inevitable that people want to mix the religious aspect into it somehow, and there really is a mix. It's just that when we get down to talking about it, it really gets a lot of people angry, which is exactly why the government won't release all this information, isn't it?
Exactly. It's tough to talk about. It irritates a lot of people. A lot of people have grown up with that belief, and they really believe it, and it just could cause a lot of problems. So you can see their point of view of not opening the door in the first place.
while you were correct that 5 billion people are not waiting for Christ to return, of that billion, quite a significant number of them are here in this country, and it would disturb them greatly.
Thanks.
All right. Let's take one more quick break here, John. Stand by a sec. You're listening to John Lear on the CBC and BRN radio network. And again, I say, if this is all going to disturb you, then turn it off. Don't keep listening to see how disturbed you can really get. Just go ahead and turn it off, because we're going to get into some pretty sensitive areas. Would like to talk to you all for a moment about, once again, the watch that you've really got to have. It is the Art Bell and Ross Perot watch, and it's only $24.95 plus $4 shipping. It's so cheap. When we first started advertising these things, I thought, it cannot be. Ross Perot must be subsidizing these, but I've subsequently found out it certainly is not true. It still would be curious to know how the Robert Sanders Company can do it. They produced the original presidential series of wristwatches, and they're continuing to do it. And I don't know what it says, that they are producing a Ross Perot 96 watch. Perhaps they rather think that he'll be back, as do I. Then they decided to produce an Art Bell watch. And coincidentally and fortunately, they're both available for Christmas. So if you want to put your hands on one, here comes the phone number. All you've got to do is $24.95, $4 shipping and handling, gold-plated, really very, very nice. In the case of my watch, it's got a dark background against the gold. It's very pretty. Number to call, 1-800-257-3825. 1-800-257-3825. Back now with you, John.
I wanted to correct a statement that I made that I think I inadvertently said the aliens created man. They didn't. They genetically altered a two-legged human form that was on the Earth at that time, and that's what the 64 collections were made from. They didn't create him from the beginning.
Then our ancestors are some other sort of space creature that was modified genetically into whatever we are right now?
Oh, whatever was here. It's my understanding they genetically altered whatever was here.
There is, I believe, turning to reality, or a hard documentable reality, there is a missing link. There is a period of time, and they just cannot calculate how mankind made the jump, made the leap, how the intelligent aspect of man was, and there is that in hard science. There is that area, is there not, John?
Yeah, it's tough to believe when you figure out what the odds are. Either there's two general beliefs that we evolved from matter that fell out of a comet and landed in the sea, and then you started off with a slime, and then something crawled up on the beach, and we eventually evolved from there. I mean, there's only that we know of been 18 billion years. The greatest odds that you can think of wouldn't have permitted man to have genetically come from that kind of a sequence of events. The other is that the man was made out of clay. So you can pick those, or as Gene Huff says, you can be an externalist and believe that we were modified by an external factor.
All right, this brings me to something else then, John. All of these abductions, these cattle mutilations, if it kind of gives credibility to what you've said, because if we are, in effect, an experiment, surely those conducting the experiment would, from time to time, need information to continue the experiment, or decide not to, heaven help us. And so then would that be the reason for the abductions? Inevitably, they talk about medical exams. They were examined medically, John.
Right, that might be the very reason for these abductions. All of the abductions are kind of a medical exam. They put something here and put something there, and sometimes it's painful, sometimes it's not, but that would, they're checking to see how their experiment is going and whether it's time to clean out the petri dish or not.
All right, Wildcard Line 3, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Hi.
Good morning. John,
yes.
I'm not being personally argumentative. It's just that I have a set of ideas, too, and I kind of think it's challenging to think this way because we all want answers. But how would you explain near-death experience? And that would be my first question. Secondly, you say not to turn it into religion. I've never been religious per se, like I don't go to church and I don't believe in that. But I have a very strong sense of a God figure for many other reasons. And having been an atheist when I was young, read a lot of books by people who gave me better answers than a Bible as far as factually, could man create God or God create man? And I'm a real strong believer, okay, in a beginning and a creator. I would say that as far as they go, I don't say they're not real. I've never explained, even on Art Bell's show, my experience with it.
All right.
There has been some.
All right, we're going to have to hold it there. Listen on the radio, we'll get you an answer. It is an interesting area, John, this business of near-death or death experiences, the bright light and the whole bit. So many have had it, John. Any thoughts on the matter?
It's my personal opinion that the soul goes on forever and ever. And that when you depart this body, there is a short time when you can see down and see what's going on before you go to wherever it is we go. Now, reincarnation was something that Jesus taught. But at the first meeting of Nicaea, I think, which was in 325 AD, and then there was also a meeting in Constantinople about in 1200 AD, they modified what we call the King James Version of the Bible, and they took a lot. As a matter of fact, they really took about 95% of what Jesus taught out of there. One of the things they took out was the idea of reincarnation. I do personally believe in that, and I believe the soul goes on and on and on. So that's the answer, or what I think the answer is to the near-death experiences.
Okay, this is going to get into the area that I was afraid of, but I can't resist. Containers, vessels, that's what we are. Possibly containers or vessels for the human soul that we're now talking about.
Possibly in experiments with the soul.
What, John, pure speculation, do you suppose our creators, our alien scientists that have created us, what use would they have for the human soul?
Oh, I don't know. Apparently, there's a lot of interest by one species, the Greys, in emotions. And they take a lot of time to apparently talk to the abductees about emotions. I've heard of experiments they do with people to create emotions. For instance, there was a case down in Florida where a guy was abducted and he was put in a long curving corridor with two children. And down one end, as bizarre as this may sound, here comes a fire-breathing dragon. So he turns around, runs the other way, and there's a door. He goes into the door, and there's a barrel. And his decision was, does he put one kid in each barrel and let the dragon eat him, or does he get in the one barrel himself and try and fit the other two in there, or what? And this was one of the experiments, and I don't remember how it came out, but this is one of the experiments they do in trying to either understand or experiment with emotions.
So then you might conclude that emotions, anger, jealousy, all the strong ones, have some value to them.
Possibly, yeah.
Or they are themselves some sort of energy that can be used in some way?
Well, apparently, at least according to the abductees, the Greys don't understand it. They don't have emotions themselves, at least like we do, and they're trying to understand the emotions as we feel them.
Wow. We're plotting a lot of new territory this morning. It's very, very interesting. Let's pick up another call quickly. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Hi.
Oh, thank you, Art. I have two quick questions, and I'll listen to them off the air. Number one, what these people that have been abducted by aliens and been experimented on, have they ever suffered ill effects when they get back to Earth from the medical experiences? Second question, has John Lear ever known many Navy aviators, and has he ever had a desire, or has he ever landed on an aircraft carrier? And I'll hang up and listen.
All right. John?
The first one was about abductees, and what was the question? The experience, any ill effects. First of all, I don't think they leave Earth. Some of them go maybe a short ways out, but most of them is done relatively close here. Yes, they do suffer ill effects. Some of them are quite traumatized by the experience. That's why they form these encounter groups where they can talk to others who have had the same experience. Bud Hopkins is quite active in those type of groups where they try to help people who have been traumatized by this.
Oh, right, John. Did you see the one on the sightings? The fellow who had the returning red marks on his belly?
No, but I've heard about that case, or one similar to it.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about that. I've got a break coming up, so stand by, John. We'll do that in just a moment.
Naval aviators question, because I want to answer that.
All right. We'll get back to that one, too. You're listening to the CBC and BRN radio networks in the nighttime again with John Lear. Back in a moment.
KDWN, Las Vegas. This time of year, Sears siding contractors spend a lot more time inside than they do outside on installations. You see, people just don't think about making home improvements in the winter. But Sears installs sidings all year long. And right now, to keep their crews working, Sears is offering truly incredible values. So call 1-800-468-5300 now for a free in-home estimate. There's no obligation. You will save 15% with no payments for a full 6 months. Remember, Sears siding is guaranteed against netting, chipping, or peeling for as long as you own your home. Plus, it's sold, furnished, and installed by a Sears authorized contractor, someone you can trust. License numbers furnished on request. Sears siding installation crews can work for you right through the winter, so call now, 1-800-468-5300. Save 15%, make no payments for a full 6 months. Not available in all areas, some restrictions apply. Ask your salesperson for details. This offer expires December 31st, so call now, 1-800-468-5300.
Only one magazine can bring you the stuff that dreams are made of. Dreams of thundering through the sound barrier in an X-1, or defeating the dreaded Luftwaffe in the skies over Britain. Only one magazine lets you dream of harnessing enough energy to power mankind to the far corners of space, or dream of viewing the stars as you step out of the airlock of the space shuttle. That magazine is Air and Space Smithsonian. Every issue of Air and Space brings you man's most tantalizing dreams, past, present, and future. From pioneers like Lindbergh and Earhart to the team designing the first transatmospheric plane, the dreams are there for the taking, all with fascinating illustrations and an easy reading style that the whole family will understand and enjoy. A 1-year subscription, 6 bi-monthly issues is just $18. Order today.
Call toll-free 800-292-4100, 800-292-4100. Air and Space Smithsonian, the stuff that dreams are made of. What do KDON and Syntel Cellular have in common? They're both connected to you. Something happening in traffic? KDWN wants to hear from you. Hey, what's that I hear in the background? Oh, that's music. You say. Dial 720 on your Syntel Cellular. It's a free call. Want to express your thoughts on one of the KDWN talk shows? Dial 720 on your Syntel Cellular. It's a free call. It's that simple. Dial 720 on your Syntel Cellular. Do we really have to have that music back there?
Hi, this is Muriel Stevens inviting you to join me every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday from 12 noon to 1 p.m. at the Good Table. Our menu is a special treat, so you won't want to miss it. Remember, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at noon, right here on KDWN.
Las Vegas. You're listening to the CBC and BRN networks. I'm Art Bell with John Lear. And we're going to continue through the night with some pretty strange stuff. If you're frightened by all this sort of thing, turn your radio off. Don't expose yourself to something that would be harmful to you personally. For the rest of you with strong constitutions, let's continue. Good morning again, John. Let's cover what we were going to. We'll get to the naval aviators.
Okay.
But the lasting effects, and I was telling you about the fellow with the returning red marks that I think was on sightings, a very convincing case. How many people have physical effects that endure?
Well, I don't know. What you mean in percentage-wise?
Well, I mean, how many have you ever heard of? You've looked into so many of these cases, you'd know more.
Lots. They all have that little scoop that's taken out as far as the physical thing.
A little scoop?
A little scoop of skin that's taken out, and they have a mark on their ankle or their leg or their arm or something. They're told that they're just taking genetic materials back to wherever they come from.
Interestingly, our own government has recently announced that it has begun a program of gathering, first on the military and then probably others, blood samples for genetic recording.
Yeah.
Aware of that, were you?
Yes, I was.
Naval aviators, have you ever landed on an aircraft carrier?
First of all, he asked if I ever knew any, and I said, my answer is yes. I was taught by a naval aviator how to fly. He was a transport pilot. His name was Hal Herman. He used to live in Montague, California. I don't know whether he's still there or not. But I've known a lot of Navy pilots. Have I landed on a carrier? No. But to me, that would be the most exciting experience to land on a carrier with 100 1/4 visibility on a pitching deck at night. That would be the epitome of airmanship. And I know that there's a lot of guys that have done it.
Would you endeavor to do it if you had the chance?
Well, I certainly need a lot more training than I have now, but that really takes airmanship, is to land those jets on the pitching deck at night in extremely low visibility.
Yeah, John, I'm told that what you have just described is one of the most terrifying things any pilot can ever do.
Oh, you can imagine, because, they don't have all that much fuel. It's not like they can say, well, if I miss, I'll just go back to shore. Sometimes they're quite a ways from shore,
Yeah, exactly.
That's their only chance.
All right, very quickly, we're short on time this hour. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Not a lot of time. Go ahead.
Right, this is San Diego Castillo.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Lear?
Yes.
About the antimatter reactor?
Yes.
I bought the Bob Lazar video, and the last part he goes, heat is taken in by the thermal electric generator?
Yes.
So that means that their gravitational system is electricity?
No.
Is that what they use to...
The thermoelectric generator is separate. That's what provides the positive volt for the operation of the trip. What the tape didn't describe, and what the next one will describe, is how the gravity wave works. And basically the gravity B wave forms like an electrostatic charge on the top of the antimatter reactor. And it's channeled and amplified through the waveguides down to the gravity amplifiers. And that's what's used to make the pull the space towards you.
All right, caller, we're out of time this hour, so I've got to scoot.
Bye.
I guess there'll be yet another tape that will explain all this. John, we've got a break for just a few minutes for the news, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Stay right there.
Business owner.
Would you like to advertise to over 750,000 people in the West per night? Would you like an audience that listens to the radio for information, that ranks as number one in listener loyalty, that is growing every night as Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell is proving to be the best late-night talk show in America? Would you like to reach the consumer who, much like yourself, has many interests and requires goods and services from a variety of suppliers? Does your business search for the investor who follows world events as a prelude to investment? Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell gives the advertiser an opportunity to reach an audience that has the income and desire for the products that you offer. We get results with adults for our clients. For more information about building your business with the Chancellor Broadcasting Network, call 702-798-1798. Bring our listeners to your products or services. Call 702-798-1798 today. That's 702-798-1798. From Jackie Gong's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
AP Network News. Good morning, I'm Tim Sargent. The East Coast still feeling the effects of one of the wettest and windiest storms to hit the area in decades. Sergeant John McCluskey with the New York Police Department says they have a variety of problems to deal with today.
Basically a lot of flood damage in the ocean-lying areas on the coastal part of the city. There was other flood damage to vehicles that had driven into parts of roads where flooding had occurred.
And while the storm is moving off the coast now, officials say a high tide of 3 feet above normal this morning could cause more flooding. Coast Guard petty officer in Boston says it's just a normal day for his department.
We do our normal job. We're, always on call and on the ready, making sure that our stations, the boats are secured and everything like that. And then help out in the local communities, as soon as we've done yesterday, making sure all the boats in the harbors are secured and helping fishermen move their boats to secure areas and sheltered areas.
Conditions yesterday prompted evacuations in the Virginias, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New Jersey, where up to 4 inches of rain fell on the southern part of the state. Authorities say that since Thursday, at least 12 deaths have been blamed on the storms. At least 50 people have been killed in a strong earthquake in eastern Indonesia. Experts at the U.S. Geological Survey say the quake measured 7.5 on the Richter scale. No reports of damage yet, but officials say it may have been extensive because of the quake's size and location. Another day in Somalia, another effort to get relief to the people who need it. The AP's Karen Sloan reports.
Protected by light armored vehicles, armed Humvees, and 3 helicopters buzzing overhead, the first Marine-guarded food convoy has traveled from the port to the needy northern area of Somalia's capital. It's only 20 tons of rice, oil, and beans, much smaller than aid agencies are used to moving. Some care officials contemptuously referred to it as a convoyette. UN and World Food Program officials note it's just a test of the new way things will be done now that the military's here, and everyone agrees this first post-Marine landing food convoy is symbolic. Karen Sloan, AP Network News, Mogadishu, Somalia.
A federal judge in Washington has thrown out one of the Iran-Contra charges against former Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger. The judge says Weinberger cannot be tried on a count that alleges he lied to Congress about the affair. Hogan says the charges violate a 5-year statute of limitations. This is AP Network News. President-elect Bill Clinton wants to turn up the heat on what was Yugoslavia. The AP's Thelma Lebrecht has details.
The president-elect is reiterating his support for the use of U.S. warplanes in the former Yugoslavia republics. Britain and France, which have peacekeeping forces in the region, had been resisting a new show of force. But Bill Clinton says he believes they're moving to modify their position.
Anything we can do to turn up the heat a little there to try to reduce the carnage is worth trying.
As for the U.S. military's effort to get food aid to the starving in Somalia, Clinton says they're making progress. But he adds any decision to expand the U.S. role, as the United Nations wants, should be up to Bush administration officials. And he doesn't want to be second-guessing them. Thelma Lebrecht, AP Network News, with the president-elect in Little Rock.
More announcements of cabinet appointments expected from Little Rock today. The word now is that Democratic Party Chairman Ron Brown will be tapped to be the next Commerce Secretary. Of the 9 people Clinton has chosen so far, including 4 women, all are white. A royal wedding today, but a low-key wedding. Correspondent Joseph White in London says Princess Anne is once again tying the knot.
This is not your typical royal wedding. The order of service, the guest list, the site of the honeymoon, all a well-kept secret. Royal watcher Alison Hardy says even the mode of transport is a mystery.
There's a lot of questions. People aren't sure whether they're going to turn up in a Range Rover or whether they're going to go for the more traditional approach in a carriage. I think they'll probably be in something that moves fairly quickly. I don't think you'll get a lot of chance to have a look at them.
The wedding itself is taking place in Scotland because the Church of England forbids divorced people remarrying in the church. This is 42-year-old Princess Anne's second marriage. The groom is 37-year-old Navy Commander Timothy Lawrence. Also, rumor has it the recently separated Princess of Wales has decided to skip her sister-in-law.
638-1066. 1-800-638-1066. Or Good Times Travel, the agent here for Princess Cruise Line. Love boat it is, you know. Can be reached at 878-8900. 878-8900. And back we go to John Lear. John, good morning again.
All right, how you doing?
You up for a few phone calls?
Oh, you bet.
All right. Good morning on the first-time caller line. You're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear.
Hi, I have two quick questions for Mr. Lear. Number one, a little while ago you said we might start seeing something in about 6 months. And second of all, when is your next speaking engagement?
All right. You want to take that on the air or right here?
What was that? What did I say about 6 months?
We'll go ahead and have him take it on the air. He said that at one time you had stated you thought that perhaps something would become apparent to the American people in about 6 months, or something would start happening.
Like a German interviewer told me the other day, I'm a great researcher, but a terrible prophet.
You were interviewed by the German press, is that correct?
Yeah. There was a guy in here, and a very interesting guy. As far as my next speaking engagement, I only give about 2 a year, and I don't have one planned.
All right. I want to take a few local calls here, John. Let's see, line 1, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Good morning.
Hi, I live here in Las Vegas.
Right.
And one morning at 9 o'clock, my son and I were going out to take the trash out, and over a junior high school on the western side of town, we saw an object that was somewhat triangular and hovering, and it hovered for 39 minutes. It changed its attitude a number of times. It shined bright lights on us, and it changed its color a couple of times. It went up, it went down, it went diagonal, back again. We watched it for a long time. I had 2 radio towers, 2 airplane towers I had 2 phone lines in the house. And these fellows I wish I could see it. They wanted to see it. They couldn't, and I could see North Las Vegas Tower from my home. I told this story to a couple of people, 2 of which were in the Air Force, and they both cautioned me never to tell the story to anyone again.
Whoa. What was the date of that?
That was about 4 years ago.
And what size was it approximately?
Twice as big as the step.
Yeah.
It went from silver to white. It changed color. My portable phone went dead, and I ended up on the regular phone. It wasn't scary. It was fascinating.
Yeah, a lot of that happens around the Las Vegas area, and they can fix it so that only the one that they want to see can see it. And you can even be in a crowd, and the rest of the people won't see it. And you're saying, well, what do you mean you can't see it? It's right there.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
I don't like that either. And let's ask about that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
John, any explanation for the kind of technology that...
I don't know how they do that.
Some sort of hypnosis, mass hypnosis, or, who I guess could guess. Anyway, you don't know. Okay. Good morning. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Art Bell and John Lear in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I'd like to ask John Lear if he's familiar with Zecharia Sitchin and any of his writings regarding the Sumerian tablets.
Yeah, I've read most of his books, and he's got some real good ideas. He's probably onto a lot of good things there.
And I just wondered how your research has, if it ties in with any of his things or not.
Well, most of it ties right in. he had a particularly interesting one called The 12th Planet.
Right.
And there's some very interesting aspects of that. Should be back around soon. I don't know, when did he say it was coming back?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah. No, he has a real interesting set of books there. I would recommend that to anybody who was interested.
But his research shows that there's been visitation from other planets since, back in those days. And could you kind of confirm that?
No question about it. He has some very good evidence that there's been all kinds of wars and monkeying around with the human race and modifying this and modifying that. It's very good book.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you for the call. John, AIDS looks like it's going to end up taking an awful lot of people out, John, and I guess it is your view that AIDS, which is a unique genetic bonder of cells, I mean, so unique as to almost be impossible, you would think, engineered by humans, engineered by aliens, purpose, what do you know?
Well, it's my personal opinion that it was engineered by the government, specifically the U.S. government. That it was specifically it wasn't an accidental release. It was specific. It was first released in Africa in, I think, 1975 through the smallpox vaccine that was laced with the AIDS virus, and then it was released in the United States, I think, in 1978. They specifically wanted to infect a large number of people, but I don't know why, and that's just opinion.
All right. Pretty dark opinion. Pretty awful to imagine our own government would have done that to us and the world. Purpose, unknown, population reduction, possibly, John?
Well, when you say population reduction, it seems that they want to infect people, but it would certainly seem that there would be a better, a faster way of getting rid of large numbers of people. We would, suppose they did infect everybody in the next 5 years. AIDS doesn't kill immediately. It takes 1 to 10 years, and you would certainly overtax the hospital's ability to respond to so many people long before you'd be seeing a number of deaths.
It's an awfully good point, right? First-time caller line, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Hi.
Yes, Art, thank you very much. Let me give you a short story. I'm somewhat of a theologian and an amateur ufologist.
Do you find yourself in conflict?
Well, that's an interesting question. Actually, no. I studied the Bible profusely. I was one of the original Jesus people, and I, used to go to bed at night with the Bible on record, and I find so many things being explained to me now by recent phenomena and people like John Lear. And, of course, there are as many questions as there are questions answered. But, the human mind is a phenomenal creation. And, in addition to being somewhat of a theologian and a ufologist, I'm also an optimist. I do believe in the reality of Jesus Christ. And, of course, not to dwell on the religious aspect, but I do believe that the book of Revelations is now being opened and revealed to us. And the amazing things that came across in that will be revealed to us now, as it said that they would be sealed until the last days. And I have a couple questions. Let me get to them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just came across some recent writings on Pleiades, the constellation of Pleiades, and there seems to be a lot of tie-ins with that, and to get a little far out, the lost city of Atlantis, and also I'm curious about what your opinion is of the Billy Meier experience. I'll hang up and just listen to those three things: Billy Meier, Pleiades, and Atlantis. Thank you.
All right.
When I first got into this, what they call ufology, I found out that to be accepted by the mainstream, you had to disregard Billy Myers, Adamski, George Adamski, Howard Menger, and various contactees. But when I started really looking into it, all those guys were telling the truth. Billy Myers, I even went on TV and I said it was a fraud, and 6 months later I had to come back and say, hey, wait a minute, I've looked at this thing. I cannot find anybody who can tell me why it's a fraud. On the other hand, I can look at the moving pictures and say, that looks real, and hear the interviews with Billy Myers and say, yes, that did happen. I can't explain it. I don't know who they are. They say they come from the Pleiades. I have no reason to believe they didn't. So, yes, I believe that the Billy Myers case is a true case. And that would probably answer your question of the Pleiades. They certainly fit into this question. How? I don't know exactly. And then the third question was, trying to think. Art, do you remember?
Now I don't. Well, Billy Meyer was, I believe, the third question, John.
Billy Meyer and the Pleiades and something else. I forgot.
Well, okay. Now I have two. I know Billy Meyer was the third question. I tried to hold on to that, figuring you'd tackle him in order. All right. I want to ask my audience something, John. I'd like to give some of the people you talked about at the beginning of the program who have seen these craft, including Bob Lazar, an opportunity to call in. So I'm asking everybody on the first-time caller line to please hold your calls. Please hold your calls, and if Bob Lazar or any of the other people that John spoke about are out there, please try to call us at area code 702-385-7213, 7213. How does that sound, John?
That sounds great. You know, Bob has taken so much flack from the public that, he's real gun-shy, so I'm not sure whether he'll call in, but it would sure be nice.
Well, perhaps not, but it's a legitimate discussion we're having, and I would hope he would decide to do so. All right, let's see what we've got. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Hi.
Hi.
Hi there. Would you turn your radio off, please?
Yes, I will. Am I on the air now?
You are, yes.
This is directed to John, and I understand that John and Bob Lazar have built a time machine. Well, that's the story. In fact, you said it, John.
John, is that right? Have you built a time machine, and could I go to the 50s, please, John? About 55.
And it'll go, what, I suppose, forward in time or backwards in time. Have you ever tried it out?
Well, what the bottom line on that story is I asked Bob if one could be built, and he said yes, and I said, what would we need? And he gave me a list of materials of what we would need. A lot of it we couldn't get. For instance, the power source.
Kidding. You're kidding. You really thought about doing this, John?
Yes. And
holy mackerel.
And the bottom line is, yes, you could very easily build a time machine, not very easily, but a lot simpler than you might think, to go forward. Now, it's much more difficult to go back in time, but it can be done.
Well, Billy Myers, I understand, went back to the 15th century in France in his stories, and gave the Frenchman some information on a battery-operated light, which he later looked up in a encyclopedia when he got back to our time. Wow. You heard about that problem?
No, I didn't hear about that.
Oh, well,
apparently, when Bob was at the test site, he found they told him that there was a solution to the paradox. If you went back in time and killed your father, would you still be alive? And the answer is yes, you would. Yes, he would still be alive, but you could go back and kill him. And the reason he would still be alive is you can't affect future events. Time is compartmentalized.
All right, we've got to hold it there, caller John. We've got to hold it there. We'll be right back. Boy, do I want to ask you about this. Stay right where you are. You're listening to the CBC and VRN radio networks.
KDWN, Las Vegas.
When you visit Las Vegas, you can enjoy yourself at Jackie Gaughan's Plaza Hotel at the top of Main and Fremont downtown. Stay in one one of over 1,000 rooms and suites at the Plaza. Whether you're visiting or live in Las Vegas, you'll delight at the show of lights while dining in the Glass Dome Center Stage restaurant after the sun goes down. Any time of the day or night, you'll find something good to eat in the popular Plaza Diner. Take a break in the Omaha Lounge. Enjoy your favorite beverage and live entertainment. And if sports is your thing, don't forget the Plaza Sportsbook. You can keep tabs on your favorite sports teams. 24 hours a day, there is something happening at Jackie Gaughan's Plaza Hotel. Plenty of free parking, too. The Plaza Hotel, Main and Fremont, downtown.
Financial security. Everybody wants it. Not everybody gets it. The key to achieving a successful financial position in life belongs to those who invest wisely and plan ahead. Fortunately, Barron's can help you accomplish both. Every week, Barron's provides you with invaluable, often exclusive information covering every investment market, from stocks and bonds to futures, options, art, real estate, and precious metals. Barron's is widely recognized for its unique and comprehensive coverage, and Barron's is committed to bringing you the facts, figures, and insights that will help you in your quest for financial security. Start on the path to a successful financial future today. Subscribe to Barron's. Call now and get 13 weeks of Barron's for $28. That's just $28 for 13 weekly issues.
Call toll-free 800-228-5500.
These are the sounds of Christmas is the best time of the year. A high-energy holiday musical presented by Green Valley Assembly of God on December 19th and 20th at 5 and 7 p.m. There's singing, dancing, drama, and comedy with a 50-voice choir and 25 of Las Vegas' finest musicians. Come celebrate the majesty of Christmas. The beauty of Christmas. And the joy of Christmas. There are only a limited number of seats available, and you don't want to miss this special holiday treat. Come see. Christmas is the best time of the year. To reserve your seats, call 454-2722. 454-2722.
You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell, live on the CBC Radio Network. To call the show toll-free from across the nation, dial 1-800-618-8255. The wild card direct lines are area code 702-727-1295. That number is 702-727-1295. And if you've never called the show, try the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1222. Anybody east of the Rocky Mountains can use the first-time caller line at area code 702-727-1222. When your call is answered, please turn down your radio. Each caller will be allowed up to 3 minutes, giving more listeners a chance to join in. And now, enjoy Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Welcome back to the best talk radio in the nighttime from the great American Southwest to the rest of the nation. I'm Art Bell. This is called Coast to Coast AM. My guest is John Lear, and we're about to get back. Never has John said anything that's caused my ears to perk up. That last call, I thought he was joking. John Lear building a time machine with Bob Lazar. Time machine? Could it be done? Should it be done? I have all my life, been fascinated with the subject of time, as there probably is no other more fascinating to me. And now I realize suddenly that he was serious. Once again,
Brace yourselves, everybody. Here we go. John Lear. Good morning, John. You there again?
Oh, how you doing, Eric?
Oh, time machine. Really, John? Could it be done?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It could, yes. It has been done. I mean, I don't know whether we possess the technology to do it, but certainly someone has it.
Would you endeavor to do it?
It's interesting how it works. You could go forward, but then you'd have to come back. So I don't know unless I could come back, whether I'd want to go forward in time.
All right. Good morning. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear.
Hi, this is Bob Lazar.
Oh, Bob Lazar. Hi. Bob Lazar, the son of a gun, am I glad that you called. And you called at an appropriate time, too. Time machine, Bob?
It's possible. Are John and I building one? No, not at all. I would at one time John asked me if this was possible, and certainly it is. Time, space, and gravity are all essentially intertwined. That's why, on areas of extreme gravity flux, for instance, around a black hole, time moves very slowly.
Bob, let's pause for a second. I've never had you on the air before, and now that I do, I guess the audience should be introduced to you, so I'll let you do that. Who are you, Bob? And I've heard you are a physicist. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Boy, I didn't want to get into a whole big thing. I just kind of wanted to correct the...
I know, but it's my job to try and get you into a whole big thing. So tell us a little bit about yourself.
I am a physicist. I worked out at Area S4 here in Nevada. I was exposed to some of the alien technology. Essentially, I think what John even mentioned before was my job was essentially to assist in the back engineering of the recovered crafts. I only worked on one of them, and my knowledge is only limited to the power source, more specifically the antimatter reactor, and the propulsion unit, more specifically the gravity amplifier.
How many of these discs did you actually see, your own eyes?
9.
9.
The only one I had physical contact with was one.
How long were you involved in trying to back engineer that technology?
A few months, not a very long time. Things didn't work out very well for a whole bunch of different reasons.
You ended up leaving, they ended up erasing you, is the short story.
That's correct.
I would ask you what I asked John earlier. Are you aware of any practical application of knowledge gained with that technology that you could point to today?
Actually, none at all, no.
So in other words, it's all being kept under wraps.
Well, really, a whole lot hasn't been learned. The technology has been in our hands, at least some of the crash recoveries, for as long as 40 years, but not a whole lot has been gleaned from that. We know how certain things operate, but in duplicating the manufacturing process really doesn't seem to be possible at this time. So there's very little.
Must be very, very frustrating for them. I'm going to ask you both to hold on just a moment. I'll come right back to you. I've got a very quick break to do. Stay right there. John Lear and Bob Lazar back in a moment.
Let me ask you.
And good morning from the home of S4 in Area 51, the state of Nevada. This is Coast to Coast AM, live talk radio through the nighttime, Monday night, Tuesday morning through Friday night, Saturday morning. I'm Art Bell. I've got John Lear and Bob Lazar on the phone. And we're going back to both of them right now. Gentlemen, good morning again.
Morning.
Gee, Bob, back to the time thing for a second now, if we might. You're saying, A, it would be possible.
Well, it's not only possible, it happens quite often. I mean, this sounds really far out, but it's known scientific fact that the closer you are to a strong gravity force, the slower time moves. Time, gravity, and space are all intertwined like that. In fact, there was a famous experiment that was done. 2 synchronized atomic clocks were placed side by side. They read the same time, and one was put at sea level, the other was put up at either in a plain or a high mountaintop. I don't recall which. And when they were brought back together, they both read different times. That was because of the change in gravity. One was further away from the source of gravity, being the Earth. Now, if you can artificially create a tremendous gravitational field, you can slow the effects of time down for the person that's in that distorted field. Now, the practical implications would be very difficult. First of all that would do would be slow down time for you. Everyone else essentially continues along the normal pace, so it appears that you move forward in time. As far as moving back, I haven't the slightest idea how you would do that, but it's certainly possible forward in time. In fact, the shuttle astronauts, or the astronauts that went to the moon, came back, I believe, 34 seconds younger than their counterparts here, just because of the gravity changes that they went through.
Wow. Isn't there a similar phenomenon associated theoretically with black holes, or the edge, the event horizon of black holes, Bob?
Just because that's, a tremendous gravitational field, and in fact, at the very event horizon of a black hole, time doesn't increment at all. For instance, if you walked over to that area near the event horizon, or somehow was able to survive it, spent a second there, you could come back to Earth and 1 billion years could have elapsed. The time reference is completely changed. So the whole key is distorting gravity, creating a strong gravitational field, which, in fact, is how these crafts they have at S4 are powered. And
they bend or jump through bends in space, or create bends in space. How would you explain that, Bob?
Well, they essentially create them. They're using a device to artificially create gravity. This device, in turn, part of its nature, gravity distorts time and space. It bends space. It bends time, and this is how they travel. The discussion I got into, John, was, well, gee, is it possible to build something like that? Well, yeah, if you did have an antimatter reactor, a gravity amplifier, and somehow it could contain the field so it wouldn't crush the occupant, and
yeah, I guess I know where there's a gravity amplifier, just not too many miles from here, huh?
Right, getting it's the problem.
So if you could put your hands on something like that, that might be then one practical application of the alien technology.
Well, is it that practical, though?
Well,
that's
a good question.
Something like that, and could turn it on, sit in a chair, and there's really, I don't see any way of going back, but theoretically there should be.
I did ask John this, and let me try it on you. He couldn't answer it, said I ought to ask you. If you could, first of all, could a biological entity pass through a black hole without being disrupted or something? And if so, what would be on the other side, Bob?
I don't know, and I don't believe anyone does know. There just isn't enough information about black holes to come up with that answer. As a guess, you look at it from a physical standpoint, the gravitational tidal forces entering the black hole should absolutely obliterate anything that even comes near it. But, stranger things have happened, and maybe not. So really, who knows?
How much technology are you missing, aside from the gravity amplifier, the ability to make a time machine, or in fact something that would cause you to travel through time? Are we missing a lot of other technology, or given the gravity amp, could you go from there?
Well, you really don't even have to do that. Another way is, just accelerating close to the speed of light slows time also. That doesn't take any technology, so it's probably not the safest thing to do.
What would theoretically occur to somebody who either came to... Is it possible, Bob, to exceed the speed of light in the physical universe without bending, warping space to do it?
No, it's not.
No, it's not. As you got near the speed of light, what would occur in all likelihood to a biological entity?
All kinds of things. First of all, it's not... It would... because of several things that occur, one of them being is mass increase. As you approach the speed of light, you begin to increase in mass, and therefore it requires more energy
to propel you further, or faster rather. You kind of get stuck in a little loop there.
So then great distances really are never going to be traveled that way.
No, they can't be. That just isn't practical. On top of that, you can go on for a long time about that. It's not practical. It really isn't.
Okay. I guess you left the project with the discs at one point. You do our audience a great favor by describing in as much detail as you're able to what it is you saw and worked on, Bob.
I worked on one particular craft that I called the sport model because of its very sleek appearance. Specifically, like I mentioned before, there was a small reactor that was removed from the craft, and we essentially back-engineered it. What we needed to do was find out not only how it worked, but also very important to the project was to see if this technology could be duplicated. One of the main problems in any kind of aircraft is power, and with a tremendous amount of power, you can basically do anything. And here's a reactor that operates, many times more efficiently than a fission reactor, or more efficiently than a fusion reactor, which we haven't even developed yet, ever could. And it supplies a tremendous amount of power, and this is essentially where we decided to start from, was to work from here and then go on. But in all the time that they had this and the time that I spent there, the short time that I spent there, really there's just not a lot you can do. We just don't have the materials to duplicate it.
Any ideas what this craft was made of? What kind of metal or substance it was?
I say it's metal just because I felt it. It felt cold. It had the appearance of metal. The grain structure appeared to be metal, but I don't know. Like I'm sure John has mentioned, the information is very compartmentalized. And
could you describe the interior of the craft? Were you inside?
The interior was very bare. There had been some equipment removed from it. There was a reactor. There were 2 seats. There were 2 consoles left, one large console. I call them a console. There was nothing on top. One of them was removed. I believe they're part of the gravity amplifiers that are connected directly underneath. They're in a triad formation.
These are going to be some silly questions, Bob, but were there windows? I mean, by what manner could you see or understand any of the technology that was in front of you? Normal buttons, switches, gauges, or...
Really wasn't anything like that. Buttons and switches. It really wasn't even wiring. I know that sounds really bizarre, but it really isn't that strange. A lot of the equipment, it almost appeared to be something similar to a Tesla coil. The way so every time I hit on a topic, I have to regress. And
sure, I understand
what I'm talking about. But it almost seemed like every piece of equipment was tuned to whatever it was supposed to be receiving signals from, and it was essentially electrical power transmission without wires, which is not something far out. That was something a man named Tesla accomplished in the 30s. However, this seemed to be along the same lines, but much more advanced.
Well, while we're on this subject, do you think mankind will ever manage to bring power from space to Earth through some method or another? It's the same sort of technology, I presume.
I don't know. That's about the best I could say about that.
Okay. Well, anyway, back to these. What was it like when you went in the room? I mean, I can only imagine they would lead you in, these guys with their little badges and so forth, and they would lead you into the area you were going to be working on these things, and you must have looked at them and said, "You've got to be kidding."
Well, I only got to physically view the craft twice. Once was when I went inside to see the placement of the parts that I was to be concentrating on. The other one was in a short flight test.
A flight test.
I wasn't inside. I saw it from inside the hangar.
And what did you see?
Just lifted off the ground, almost silently. It had a slight hissing sound to it. Then drifted. It was quite amazing. I mean, I speak of it nonchalantly right now, but it's, there again, this was several years ago.
Wow. Again, back for a second to magnetism, large magnetic fields have indeed done strange things. Do you recall anything of the story, the Philadelphia experiment?
I've heard a lot about it.
And I want to run things. This is an unusual opportunity, Bob, so I want to run something by you. I had a friend, somebody I regarded as truly honest and extremely credible, and he told me about an experiment that he saw participated in Arizona, in which a very extremely large electromagnetic field was created, and he claims that he saw something disappear. I mean, flat, completely, poof, disappear when exposed to this field. Is such a thing possible?
Well, that's kind of a loaded question. Is it possible for something to disappear when exposed to a large electromagnetic field? Yes. Do I think that happened during the Philadelphia experiment? No. Do I think that mankind right now is capable of doing that? No, there isn't sufficient power generated in the entire output of the planet at this time to create a field of that distortion.
Wow. Would the power plants inside these disks be capable of that kind of generation?
Yes.
Yes. What was the fuel of these craft, Bob? There had to be there's some sort of fuel, energy burned, expended, used, right?
Yeah, the fuel was, well, let me digress for a moment here, that there are three types of nuclear reactions. One's the fission reaction, which everyone's familiar with. It's essentially how atomic bombs work. It's a splitting of atoms and causing a chain reaction. It releases X amount of energy. Another more efficient reaction is a fusion reaction, which releases a little more energy. Both of these, for instance, when put in bombs, whether they're thermonuclear, the hydrogen bomb, or the fission bomb, an atomic bomb, they use about 9/10 of 1% of that fuel gets converted into the actual explosive energy. Now, if you really think about that, when you're dealing with a plutonium bomb, for instance, you're dealing with, somewhere on the order of about 8 pounds of plutonium, which is about the size, a little bigger than a golf ball. Now, 8/10 of 1% of that makes that giant explosion that you see. All the other material is wasted. That's how efficient that explosion is.
Mm-hmm.
Now, an annihilation reaction, which is a conversion, the direct conversion of matter to energy, is 100% efficient all the time. And you can see if that were put into a bomb. I made a tape explaining this, so I didn't have to.
So you didn't have to explain it all the time to people like me.
Right. I didn't get stuck on the radio.
All right, as long as we're in the categories of fusion, I want to ask one more question in that category, and it has to do with cold fusion. A number of people, even some very recent claims of the creation of cold fusion. Is it going to be possible, Bob, do you think, eventually to have a cold fusion process?
Absolutely not.
No.
Absolutely not. I'll make a bet on it right now. Absolutely not.
So what was it that these
scientists... about a power source.
What was it that these scientists came up with that caused the bubbling and the heating and the apparent creation of energy? Any idea what it was?
I'm sticking with Los Alamos' explanation, was essentially an electrochemical reaction that took place. Did fusion occur? No. There was far too many experiments done that supposedly duplicate experiments, and these yielded no results at all.
Mm-hmm.
And the physics behind it don't make any sense either.
All right, Again, going back to the discs, the fuel they use apparently is element something or another that goes beyond our table of elements. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's element 115. It's not an absolute definite, but that's what it appears to be.
Element 115.
114. Chances are it's 115. And interestingly enough, it's a stable element, and those familiar with the way the periodic table works, the way elements go, as they get higher and higher on the periodic chart, they become less and less stable and begin to decay. But this is a stable element. And again, this isn't something that's a total surprise. I mean, we've known all the way since the 50s and probably the 60s, that somewhere there's a magic combination of protons and neutrons that, again, somewhere in the higher elements will make a stable element. And apparently that does happen up at that level.
Have you had your hands on any 115, Bob?
I have had my hands very close to it.
Is there any 115 that exists outside of S4 now? You don't have to answer all of these, Bob.
Who knows?
That's a good answer. Let me, since I've got the two of you on the line, what would you say is your greatest area of agreement, the two of you?
That we live in Las Vegas.
Well, that makes the next one then very easy.
He was going to say that I'm nuts.
No, I'm just kidding around. John has I essentially have cut off whatever I haven't had contact with. So there can be talks of reptilian-like aliens or abductions and things like that. And I know there's lots of evidence that people were abducted, and I did see the thing on Fox the other day with a guy that got burns on him, and that's all interesting. But it's something strange that happens to you once you've been actually involved with something. You kind of put blinders on to the rest of the world, and now you only want to deal with something that you physically had hands-on experience with.
Oh, very much like what I said earlier, and you've had hands on one of these discs. Have you ever seen...
Now I'm kind of taking the attitude some people take towards me, but I'm not doing it on purpose. If I actually get abducted, then I'll start believing that. And that's...
But I'm curious.
That way, but that's just the way I think.
Well, yeah, but Bob, why, having had your hands on a disc, are you not easily able to make the leap to the grays or the blacks or any of the other 80 supposed varieties of aliens in terms of accepting their existence?
Well, I'm sure there are other civilizations all over the place. I don't know. I haven't seen evidence of other civilizations, I guess.
Are you absolutely convinced that those discs and that technology did not come from or originate here on Earth?
Oh, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Well, unless they were robots, somebody brought them here then.
Oh, certainly. Some form of other creature had to have brought them here. There's no doubt about that. I just don't know if there are 100 different civilizations visiting Earth. I don't know if 100 other civilizations could find it. It's possible. I just shy away from that.
All right, this sounds then like an area of disagreement between the two of you.
I really can't take a stance on it because I don't know. This is just a personal feeling.
You sort of are cautious, though, in commenting in that area.
Sure.
What would you two say is the biggest disagreement you have regarding all of this? Would that be it, or is there some other area?
I don't know. You'd have to ask John.
How about it, John?
I don't think we have... I can't think of a real disagreement.
So no real disagreements. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to do my best to hold on to you for a while here if I can, Bob, and maybe even take a few calls. You up for that kind of thing? Are you up, or are you ready to go sleep?
Sleep is kind of on my priority list here.
Is it? Can you give me a few more minutes?
Sure.
All right, very good. Then both of you stand by. What a distinct pleasure, Bob Lazar and John Lear, both here, both together again. I guess they are frequently, and we'll get them back on the air together here in a moment on the CBC and VRN Radio Network.
I'm Art Bell, and I will tell you later how to get copies, tape copies of this program, because I know there's a lot of people having conniption fits now, wanting one. We'll be back in a moment.
News Talk 720, KDWN, where locals come to talk. KDWN, Las Vegas.
Again, from the great American Southwest, I'm Art Bell, and Bob Lazar and John Lear are both with me at the moment. Back to them we go. Gentlemen, you're on the air once again.
How you doing, Art?
Good morning. Bob, while we've still got you, you know, after you've gone through all this disaster that's been what? How long has this been going on now, Bob? For a couple of years now?
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to say to everybody about having gone through all this? I mean, would you do it again? Would you go public again? Or would you say, boy, I'd no more open my mouth than the man in the moon?
I don't know. It's a tough call. It's something that has to be decided on, you know, as things are happening. But given the same set of circumstances, I probably would have done the same thing, perhaps a little different.
A lot of magazines are writing a lot of things about both of you. Do you find they generally get it right, or is it exaggerated baloney that most of them print?
Well, most of the people don't have access to the information, and I'm part of the problem. I don't do interviews. I don't do talk shows. I don't go around and give lectures. I just don't do anything. And I'm constantly being hounded for information.
So without the information, they tend to make some of it up, probably.
Well, so some of the information has come out, especially in George Knapp's special. You know, that's where I essentially spilled my guts, said everything that happened to me, and kind of wanted to really leave it at that. The technical information I made a tape about for the people that really wanted to know the nitty-gritty, and left it at that, and that was it. And, you know, people would look through those two things. You know, everything essentially that I experienced and happened was contained within those two things. But, you know, inevitably things get screwed up, and a lot of hearsay, and there's an awful 99.9% of the UFO community are crazy. These people are just absolutely out of their minds, and I really want to have nothing to do with them. And they're tied in with, I mean, all kinds of strange factions of groups, and it's really impossible to weed out any real information coming from most of these sources, these magazines, and even the larger groups. So I really have to stay away from it. And that gets people upset and thinks I'm trying to, you know, hide things from them, and I'm called government agents and stuff like that. And it's, you know, the list is never ending.
99 and 9/10%, Bob?
Perhaps more.
But with your continued association then with John Lear, I take it you view him in one of the top very small percentage points of those who may be on to something?
No, I don't. I don't really associate with him. John Lear does his own thing, and I and there's an awful 99.9% of the UFO community are crazy. These people are just absolutely out of their minds, and I really want to have nothing to do with them. And they're tied in with, I mean, all kinds of strange factions of groups, and it's really impossible to weed out any real information coming from most of these sources, these magazines, and even the larger groups. So I really have to stay away from it. And that gets people upset and thinks I'm trying to, you know, hide things from them, and I'm called government agents and stuff like that. And it's, you know, the list is never ending.
99 and 9/10%, Bob?
Perhaps more.
But
With your continued association then with John Lear, I take it you view him in one of the top very small percentage points of those who may be on to something.
No, I don't. I don't really associate with him. John Lear does his own thing, and I don't.
John, comments?
Yeah, we have some of my ideas are far out because I'm not a scientist. Bob is a scientist. He dealt with things that he saw with, worked with, were proven to him. To me, it's, all I'm dealing with is speculation.
Well, to the casual,
I've heard, and that's what I deal with.
Well, exactly. But to the casual observer, somebody like me, everything you've told me, John, about how they travel, means of propulsion, the kind of creatures they are, all the rest of this sort of thing, is underwritten or strengthened by what Bob Lazar says. Don't you realize that, Bob? You're saying, I saw the discs. Yes, they exist.
Well, yeah, the information, like I said, the only information I know are the technical aspects of the craft. And that information John has, we've talked about that, and he understands it, and the information that he relays like that is absolutely correct, and I'll verify that. I actually got to work with that stuff. I don't know, aliens didn't take me to their planet. I don't have proof where they came from. I don't know how any deal was cut. I don't know about abductions. I don't know about all that other stuff.
Listen to me. We've got to stop here. I've got a newscast I've got to do. Please stay around just a little while longer, will you, Bob?
Sure.
All right. Stay right there.
When you visit Las Vegas, you can enjoy yourself at Jackie Garn's Plaza Hotel at the top of Main and Fremont.
We invite you to participate on the Talk of the West.
1-800-257-3825. And now, back to John Lear and Bob Lazar. You're both back on the air again.
Harry?
Well, this is all flooring me a bit, but it's fun.
Just like to say it's really a privilege to be on with Bob. He is my friend, but he never goes on any of these interviews, and it's just really nice to have him on for once. He doesn't back me up on everything, but he does back me up on the stuff that he saw.
Well, let's try a question on you here. That's a very nice compliment for Bob. If Bob Lazar did get the equipment or the technology and ever did build a time machine, would you sit in it while he pulled the switch?
Sure.
You would? I think he would, Bob.
No, it's strange. I get a lot of letters from people, and there have been quite a few people that really think that I have a time machine, and I would really like to know how this got started. There are people with honest requests wanting to know how much that I would charge them. They need to go back to the 50s to rescue their brother from being killed or something like that, and I really have to make it clear. I really don't have a time machine, and I don't possess the technology to make one either.
Right.
So, please don't write to me asking that.
Well, there is this, though, Bob. If you had built a time machine using some of that technology, would you be likely to admit it? That may give you some clue as to why people think that you may have it, even though you say you don't.
Yeah, well,
I'd like to just...
well taken, I guess.
I would like to take just a couple of calls just for the fun of it, and let's see if anybody has any questions.
Listen, before we do, can I just tell the folks how to get a hold of this tape that Bob put out, because he won't advertise himself, but I really think it's important that if you do want to know about this technology and what Bob saw up at the test site, he does have a videotape available, and you can write to Tri-Dot Corporation. That's TRIDOT, Tri-Dot Corporation, 1324 Southeastern, and then that's in Las Vegas, and it's Las Vegas 89104, and the price is $29.95 plus $3 shipping and handling. And if you want to know about this stuff, you just can't make a better investment. I know Bob doesn't advertise this very much, but I think it's really important.
Yeah, and there's going to be another one too, isn't there, Bob?
Yeah, it's kind of in the works, but that tape was a lot of people that viewed the first tape. It was It's a technical tape, but it's made for the layman to understand all the technology and how it works. And there's just been a request for a tape that goes heavy into the physics. A lot of technical people, scientists and that sort of thing, want all the specifics exactly, formulas and things along those lines, and that's what the second tape will probably cover. I'm not really sure about that yet. Nothing's been done with it, and...
What kind of technology would that give away?
Well, really, we're just talking about the how specifically the amplifiers work, things along those lines.
With the knowledge, Bob, of roughly how they work, would it be possible for somebody on this Earth to eventually, do you feel, build or duplicate that technology and build something that would do what that power plant does?
Well, it's just a matter of having access to certain material. With some super heavy elements, such as element 115, with the proper materials, we could absolutely build it. The technology is not millions of years ahead of us. You're looking at technology that's maybe hundreds and hundreds of years ahead of us. It's not that phenomenal. It really isn't. A lot of people, talk about it being even billions of years, and it really isn't. This technology is not that far-fetched once you get your hands around it. So it is quite feasible that we could eventually duplicate these systems, but not with materials that we have readily available right now. There'd have to be another source for these materials.
Coming in, I asked this of John earlier, and it's another one he couldn't quite answer, but came up with a good answer nevertheless. I heard an astrologer who said that the sun, over the last 2 months, Bob, has lost roughly 0.1% of its output. Now, while I guess the output of the sun, which is a nuclear dynamo, does vacillate a little bit, this seemed to that person somewhat worrisome. Any comments on that?
I wouldn't be really concerned. I mean, the sun has a tremendous hydrogen supply, which is being, fusion reaction is being converted to helium, and you don't really have to be concerned about anything running out for probably about 5 billion years, and then at that point there'll be some pretty dramatic changes.
There's no real problem that could develop in it causing enough of a drop to affect us ecologically.
No, as a matter of fact, when the sun begins to run out of fuel, it's going to swell. So it's not going to burn out like a candle.
All right, indulge just a couple calls here. We are a talk show. Wildcard Line 3, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell, John Lear, and Bob Lazar.
I finally made it in. Good.
Where are you calling from, sir?
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas, all right.
All right. What I wanted to ask about the saucers and the alien technology was they must operate off from some type of communication frequency. Is it any way possible to put together some sort of a transmitter so that one could start putting out a signal to them?
All right, it's a good question. Bob, any insights into whatever communications capabilities they had?
Well, what bothers me with the communication, and of course there must be some in the craft, is that because of the gravitational field, everything is going to be distorted around the craft, whether it's radio waves, whether it's light waves. And in fact, someone had asked earlier how craft, I think they asked how craft seemingly disappears or underneath it. Well, this again is characteristic of the gravity amplifier, that it actually pulls light around it. For instance, I even mentioned in my tape that there are stars that are behind the sun, where the sun actually blocks our view, and we can see those stars. The reason why is the sun has a tremendous amount of gravity, pulls the light from the star up and around the sun so we can see it. In these disks, when they're operating, if they're in something called an Omicron configuration, if you're standing underneath the disk, you can't see it. You can only see the sky above it by the way light is bent around the craft. Now, the way I understand this to envelop the craft, I can't see how radio waves can get into the craft. And that's something that's puzzled me for a while. So there must be some other form of communication.
Would the gravity amplifiers themselves possibly provide the key to the kind of communication they used? In other words, something propelled or moved through time or space or both with the same technology. In other words, each new technology, lasers, for example, can be modulated, and you can use light to pass voice. And so I wonder if their technology might have in it a key to their communications.
It's quite possible. Quite possible there is something called, along the lines of a gravity phone.
Yeah.
Something that John and I have spoke about in depth. That it essentially is a gravity amplifier with a modulated output, and it is received. Again, this is just an educated guess, but it's certainly possible. But as far as there being a frequency you can tune in or transmit, I haven't seen anything along those lines that the crafts would receive.
So then their communications might be every bit as advanced or different, would be a better way to put it, than anything we're familiar with, traditional RF frequencies and so forth.
Probably, because they're traveling such tremendous distances, the crafts would get there years before their transmission did. So they can't use regular radio transmission. They have to use something that actually bends time and space.
Yeah, one would think that any insight into that at all might give one the ability eventually then to communicate, if not travel to these creatures, but communicate with their point of origin.
Right, I agree.
Wildcard Line 3, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with the group. Hello, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Turn your radio off, number one.
Okay. I've been trying to get through to you for a long time.
Where are you calling from?
I'm calling in from Las Vegas.
All right. Go ahead.
The first question is, this directed to John Lear, do the aliens have a philosophy about their own creator or creation? Number two, the super collider that is to be built in Texas, is that going to give any clue as to their technological advances?
All right, well, there's a question for each one of these.
I don't know
really
the philosophy, and I'd like to hear Bob's answer on that super collider. I've heard many people say, they're building that to make 115, and I never asked Bob about it.
Element 115. Bob, what can you tell us about the super collider?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't know a whole lot about the super collider. I do know the basic plan and what they're attempting to do. Is it going to be used to make 115? No. Again, if you're going to assemble an incredibly heavy element like that, other elements that we've synthesized up to 109, and that hasn't been really documented. But these have been put in accelerators for an incredibly long time at a tremendous cost of electrical power. And, we essentially have a yield of 1 or 2 atoms of the substance. If you're talking about something much higher than that, like an element 115, it's just inconceivable. You'd have to have this tremendous thing running at full power for decades to wind up with several atoms of a substance, if it can be done. So I've always contended that element 115 has got to, or it must have been naturally created.
All right. I'm right on top of another break, and gee whiz, there's just not enough time to say goodbye, so I guess you'll have to stay there for a minute. Stand by, both of you. That's known as one of the tricks of the trade. You're listening to the CBC and VRN Network. Right back.
KDWN Las Vegas.
Epicurean dining excellence. The classic, overworked, overstated restaurant cliché used from New York to Los Angeles and all points in between. Finally, however, a restaurant in Las Vegas not only lives up to, but actually surpasses that lofty cliché. The Mayflower Restaurant, the restaurant chinois of Las Vegas. Come savor the succulence of California-style Chinese cuisine with French and continental influences found only at the Mayflower Restaurant. The Mayflower features such delicacies as Mongolian grilled lamb chops with cilantro mint sauce, grilled salmon with ginger butter sauce, and roast duck salad with plum vinaigrette. Enjoy your meal inside in casual elegance or dine outside on our climate-controlled patio. Every ingredient used at the Mayflower is gourmet. The only thing you'll find at the Mayflower that is not gourmet are our prices. Visit the Mayflower Restaurant on Sahara and Decatur at the Sahara Pavilion in the Oasis Food Court, or call 870-8432.
For every person who listens to the financial news and actually understands it, there are thousands of otherwise intelligent people baffled by the world of money and investing.
Turning to the Nikkei Index,
That's why people are discovering the Wall Street Journal Guide to Understanding Money and Markets. This 120-page book is easy reading with useful information that helps explain the ins and outs of finance.
durable goods orders surprise
Learn
many
how to
by
spot trends in stocks, the difference between treasury bills, notes, and bonds, what no-load mutual funds are. You'll get this handy guide, a $13.95 value, free when you subscribe to the Wall Street Journal.
The dollar mixed, affecting the pound, yet
Get the guide and 13 weeks of the journal for just $37, more than 20% off the newsstand price. So if you're left scratching your head when you hear
HSR is issuing baby bonds in order to...
then maybe it's time you cleared up a few financial mysteries.
Call toll-free 1-800-548-0600. The International Association of Lions Clubs in Southern Nevada are working with LensCrafters in collecting used eyeglasses. The glasses may be dropped off at any LensCrafters store in the Las Vegas area between now and New Year's Day. Donated glasses will be cleaned, repaired, classified by prescription, and distributed on a mission this coming spring. Help the Lions Clubs in Southern Nevada. Donations have grown from 6,000 pair in 1988 to more than 400,000 pair last year nationwide.
Hi, this is Muriel Stevens inviting you to join me every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday from 12 noon to 1 p.m. at the Good Table. Our menu is a special treat, so you won't want to miss it. Remember, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at noon, right here on KDWN.
Sometimes Art Bell gives his long-haul trucker fans the honor of closing out his show.
All right, let me hear your horn.
One time.
Holy mackerel. All right, thank you.
Well, good night, America. From one trucker to the rest of you, keep on trucking.
All night long with Art Bell and Coast to Coast AM.
That was excellent. From the home of S4, Area 51, and Bob Lazar and John Lear. They're my guests. I'm Art Bell. We're going back now to the phones, and you're both back on the air again.
Yeah, Art, I don't know how you did it. Again, it's an honor for me to be on the same program with Bob. I know the Pope couldn't get an interview with him. I don't know how you did. It really is.
Well, it is indeed an honor to have you here, Bob. It really is. If I might, let's expose you both to some more of the people. Wildcard Line 3, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with the group. Good morning.
Oh, yes. Boy, I'm really honored. This is my second time. I called earlier on the first-time caller line. You couldn't remember my third question, which had to do with Atlantis.
Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you. And thank you for the call back. John, that's right. It was
Atlantis. Yes, they're probably, is based, in fact, for a lot of mythology. The one thing that that I can't find any information on is, where did the myth of the dragon come from? Was there really something? I mean, usually there is a basis in fact of most mythology. Something happened to make that, but I've always wondered where the dragon came from.
All right, well, at least you addressed it. Thank you. Good morning. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with the group here.
All right, hold on. Let me turn down my radio.
Where are you calling from?
Arizona.
Arizona, all right.
Yeah, I wanted to know before I'm picking up off of KDON, so you're about ready to go out. But I want to know where I can get the tapes from, the copies of them.
All right. I'm sure that'll please them. John, why don't you go ahead and give out the address with it?
Tridot Corporation, TRIDOT Corporation, and it's 1324. That's 1324 Southeastern. And it's Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104. 89104, and it's $29.95 plus $3 shipping and handling. And you'll really enjoy it.
All right. Bob, a question for you. Has anybody who's heard these stories or any of the publications or any official government agency subjected you to any sort of truth-telling trauma, injections, machines hooked up to you, anything to try and verify what you said?
Well, when I first mentioned it to the, television network up here, I voluntarily took lie detector tests, but no, I never took any tooth serum, and no one else has come after me or forced me to do anything.
Our local news anchor on Channel 8, I guess, went along with you and looked at and investigated. What was his personal determination after he finished looking into this and did his show? Do you know?
George Knapp, you mean?
That's right.
I'd like to answer that question. He was such a firm believer that he nearly discredited himself on a news show by when one of the girls said, "Well, George, what do you think?" And instead of the stock newsman's answer of saying, "Well, I think this deserves more investigation," he said, "I believe it." And he was called to task by his boss for saying that. So,
did he see anything that we didn't see?
May have had access to some information. But now, George wasn't that ardent of a believer in the beginning, as I wasn't either before I got involved with the project. But George did go to great lengths, traveling with me to Los Alamos and, going all over the place, tracing down leads, and things added up quickly to someone put in that much effort. And he essentially put everything together and,
Yes, I have that show on tape. It was really something. Really something. All right, just one more very quick interruption, gentlemen. I'll be right back to you. Stay right there. My guests are John Lear and Bob Lazar, and if you've been with us, then you well understand the nature of the discussion. If not, then stay tuned.
If you own a gun or want to have the right to do so, your rights are under attack like never before. If you don't stand up for your rights today, I warn you, you won't have those rights tomorrow. That's why I urgently need you to get a pencil, because in just a minute, I'm going to give you a toll-free number to call so you can join the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms. As a member of the Citizens Committee, you receive a membership card, a monthly newsletter, plus legislative action alerts aimed at protecting your gun rights. Membership costs only $15, a small price to pay to protect your right to keep and bear arms. It's so important that you join today. If you call now, I'll make sure that you get the 168-page special edition of the Gun Rights Fact Book free. Call 1-800-452-9100. Join today. Call now and get your membership card, monthly newsletter, plus legislative action alert and free book. Membership is only $15, and remember, the call and book are free. 800-452-9100. You can use Visa or MasterCard. Call now. It's time to stand up and be counted. 1-800-452-9100. From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
again from Las Vegas. I'm Art Bell on the CBC and BRN radio networks. Let me take care of something real quick here, and we'll plow back in with clear sailing. The perfect gift, as I've described to you earlier, for any woman is flowers. I mean, there's no question about it. I don't care whether it's a birthday or an anniversary or just I'm sorry or I'm happy or I'm in love or whatever it is. Flowers always cut it. And flowers are always cut when they're sent from absolutely fresh flowers. No kidding, it's the perfect gift because you don't have to go out and shop for it. You can do it right from home. You can order from home. I'm going to tell you how in a second. You don't have to go wrap it up, take it to the post office, mail it across the country because they'll deliver it on the day you specify anywhere in the country. It's really, there's no deal like it, and there are, since you're dealing, you see, directly with a flower farm instead of a retail outlet, you get the best deal, straight out. So order now. Christmas time is here, and if you've been delaying, here's a way to take care of it just like that. The number is 1-800-562-6438. 1-800-562-6438. Absolutely fresh flowers. And John Lear and Bob Lazar, welcome back.
Thanks.
Is there anything, Bob, that since you don't make public appearances and you don't go on talk shows, is there anything that you've been wanting to say to the public and haven't had a chance to for a while now?
No, nothing that comes to mind at the spur of the moment.
All right, let's take a couple of more calls. Good morning, Wildcard Line 3. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with the group here.
Yeah, I'd like to direct my question to John Lear. What any of this has to do with the English wheat fields where they make those designs, and which aliens changed those 64 different modifications? Was it the Greys?
All right, thank you, sir. The crop circles first.
Obviously, it has something to do with the crop circles, but I don't know what, and I don't interest myself much with that phenomenon. It's pretty weird, and I read the magazines and stuff and look at it, but I don't know anything about it.
Well, I'm interested in directing a little of that to Bob. Bob, since you're a physicist, these damn crop circles, they really are all over the world. They're in Australia. They're in too many places for two guys in a board and a chain, you know? What could they be?
I don't know. Certainly, it can be. I mean, it's possible. I'm sure there are other explanations. It could certainly be the footprint of one of the crafts. The crafts can certainly be at altitude and compress a wheat field down like that. That's not a problem. As far as what else it could possibly be, some other prosaic explanation, I really don't know.
And John, I think there was more of a question for you.
Yeah. He said, what group was it that did the genetic alterations? I'd like Bob to answer that because he's the one that read the document, and I just quote from what he said.
All right.
That was supposedly what people call the Greys, the rays from Zeta Reticuli.
Okay. Let's just keep moving here. Good morning. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell, John Lear, and Bob Lazar.
Yes, this question's for Bob Lazar. I was reading an article in the Los Angeles Times for November, and it was regarding a experiment going on approximately 2 miles inside Mount Andreyki in southern Russia with Vladimir Garvin regarding the neutrino. Are you familiar with that at all?
I'm familiar with a neutrino, but not the experiment they're conducting.
Oh, really? Well, I suggest that you get that article. It's in the Los Angeles Times and very enlightening. I was curious if you were able to make any connection between the neutrino and the Gilliam experiment, but being done by, it's called SAGE, S-A-G-E.
What specifically were the Russians doing?
Well, it's a combination Soviet and U.S. experiment with their... I was hoping you could answer the question, but they're particularly looking for subatomic matter.
All right.
Like quarks and things of that sort?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Is that the purpose of, one of the purposes of the accelerator in Texas they're building?
Well, that's certainly one of them. It's kind of a useful tool. There are a lot of things you can do with an accelerator on the subatomic level, but certainly one of them is the building blocks, what actually compromises protons and neutrons, and looking at the different flavors, as they say, of quarks and other subatomic particles that only exist in areas of extreme energy and only come into only were in existence at the very creation of the universe. So in exploring the subatomic world, you're kind of looking back in time.
Bob, again, I'm not a physicist, but I heard also from this astronomer, perhaps a question directed at him earlier, that we are from time to time able to detect neutrinos from the sun here on Earth. Is that correct?
Well, first of all, our neutrino detectors aren't really worth very much. But yeah, neutrinos are not only produced by the sun, but we can detect them. Neutrinos will go clear through the Earth. In fact, it's theorized that a light year of lead, I mean, it's like somewhere on the order of 6 trillion miles of lead, would not stop a neutrino. That's why I was interested to see what experiments the Russians were doing with neutrinos, since it'd be very hard to interact them with any matter.
Well, the further comment was there was worry that they have not been detecting as many neutrinos as they once did, and this was some sort of source of worry.
Well, neutrinos really don't do anything. That's I would find it difficult for it to be a source of worry.
Would you think there would be something approximating miniature black holes? Would such a thing exist, Tom?
Oh, I would think that's certainly possible. You know, remnants of a collapsed star, like any black hole is theorized to come from. Certainly there can be a small one. In fact, one of the explanations for what happened where was that in Russia? In Tunguska, I think it's pronounced.
Oh, yes.
That was one of the theories, that a small black hole collided there. A piece of antimatter landed there. They had all kinds of explanations for that.
Would the damage done there fit what would probably occur were we to ever collide with a black hole collide with us, would be more like it?
It would have to be very small. And who knows what happens when you collide with a black hole? That's the only problem. As far as the antimatter explanation, I think they've almost ruled that out, because there would be some residual byproducts of that reaction that could probably still be detected today. But there again, it's an after the fact. It was a long time ago. I think it was in 1918, maybe 1930. Boy, that date just slips my mind.
Fascinating. Line 3 in Las Vegas. You're on the air, coast to coast, with the group here. Good morning, Las Vegas, line 3. I guess not, gentlemen. Las Vegas, line 1, you're on the air.
My question is directed to Mr. Lear, and it has to do with the way the aliens communicate. I had an experience many years ago where I received a message. It was a wordless knowing. You had Roy Masters as a guest, and I've heard him speak of that. The only way I can describe it, it's a wordless knowing.
A wordless knowing might be described as intuition.
Well, I always thought it was a message from either the Creator or the Savior or a guardian angel. However, just listening to this program tonight, I think possibly it could be an alien, because they communicate telepathically. And that's, I think, what this was. And by the way, it was a kind and helpful knowledge. I was following a wrong lifestyle. And after I got that wordless knowing and that message, I changed that lifestyle.
All right. Thank you very much for the call. John, is that their manner of communication?
It's my understanding that it is mental telepathy. As difficult as that is to believe, that's the way it works.
mental telepathy. Any basis for scientific belief in mental telepathy or its the possibility of it, Bob?
I imagine it's possible, but that's about all that I'm going to say about that.
Well, okay, but you're a physicist, and if mental telepathy were possible, what would be the form of energy that it might utilize, or could even possibly utilize?
I don't know. That's why I, really didn't comment much further on it. There really
is no appearance.
There have been people that have claimed. It's strange because I just had this discussion today with somebody about remote viewing, people with telekinesis,
yes,
things of that sort. As far as telekinesis, there have been several people that have claimed they can do it. No one has ever been proven to be telekinetic.
Then there is no truth to the rumor that there were Russian experiments in that area and videotape of it?
The videotapes were proven to fall.
Oh, they were?
Yeah. As far as other, I personally believe that remote viewing exists because I saw an experiment done. Taken that as being whatever form of energy would be used for communication, that person was put in a Faraday shield, was essentially as a grounded screen, and was shielded in several other ways, and there was also electromagnetic noise induced to kind of scramble any possible signal. The bottom line was, however they could see in another area, nothing affected it. So it's obviously, there again, something we know very little about, and you really can't comment on it until our knowledge base increases about that.
All right. Wildcard Line 3, you're on the air, coast to coast AM with the group.
Good morning. I didn't expect you to get me so quick.
Well, there you are. Where are you?
I'm in Phoenix, and I'm got you on KKOB out of Albuquerque.
Albuquerque, yes, sir.
I want to direct one question to John. And Bob, by the way, thanks for staying on. John, last August, you were talking about the military building some tunnels, kind of crisscrossing the country from White Sands to NORAD and so on and so forth. I believe the technology and everything is there, but, just give me, in your wild imagination, what do you think they did with the debris? How did they hide that?
All right, thank you. It's a good question. If you dig tunnels, you end up with a lot of dirt.
That's been asked several times, and when they dug the supposed base at Dulce, I heard that they took the dirt and put it 80 miles away so that there wouldn't be any debris that would let you see if there was something built there. Apparently, according to this article that I said on the last program in Omni Magazine, 1983, and I forget what the month was, apparently that tunnel digger either compacts it or destroys it or turns it into some other form where they don't have to dump it somewhere else.
All right. When I was a youngster, the man who trained me in amateur radio, got me introduced to amateur radio, was himself a physicist. He was Polish, of Polish extraction. And he was working on obtaining a nuclear reaction or a reaction of some sort from materials other than uranium. Would this be possible, Bob?
A nuclear reaction?
Well, a reaction, in other words, trying to release the energy from materials other than uranium in the same fashion that uranium releases energy.
Well, then that's a nuclear reaction.
Yes.
Well, you can take any element, for that matter, and involve it in a nuclear reaction. And you look at the sun. It's a fusion reaction. It's not a fission reaction, but that's taking hydrogen and just squeezing it together, essentially, and producing tremendous amounts of nuclear power and helium as its exhaust. This is the technology that we're striving to manufacture. This would be a perfect energy source. We can get hydrogen out of the water in the ocean, and essentially the only exhaust would be helium. It wouldn't be radioactive debris or anything along those lines. There are some stars that use a carbon-nitrogen cycle that involve carbon and nitrogen and helium and another form of nuclear reaction. But these things take tremendous amounts of power to initiate. Even the easiest one to start, I believe you have to hold at 10 million degrees Celsius for several seconds just to initiate it. And we've been trying to do that for about 70 years now, and we just can't produce that much temperature and contain it in a small area.
And sustain it. I think they've produced some pretty high temperatures instantaneously, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. They have had
some recent English experiments
in there and different technologies, trying laser fusion in the tokamak reactors, but no one's been able to hold it long enough, because if you do hold it long enough, the reaction becomes self-sustaining as long as it's fed hydrogen.
Have you not experimented with a hydrogen-powered automobile? In fact, you had one, didn't you, Bob?
Yeah, I built one several years ago. I had a 1978 Trans Am, and I converted that to run on hydrogen. In fact, entered an alternate fuel contest, and I won. I drove from Woodland Hills, California, to Kitt Peak, Arizona, the observatory there, on a single tank.
Well, then why aren't you up hobnobbing it with the big three and being wined and dined? And in other words, why didn't they grab it and produce it?
Well, again, this is no phenomenal technology. The conversion is very similar to that of converting a car to run on propane. Hydrogen's a flammable gas. A car will run on any flammable gas. The only problems were some corrections in the timing. Actually, there's a few other, because hydrogen burns much faster and would tend to detonate. The tricky part is storing it. Most hydrogen cars have stored it in a liquid form, which is very dangerous, explosive, and it's cryogenic. It's very cold and it boils off. And it can only be stored at a certain density. Other people have stored it in gas form, which is a less density, requires more stops to refill. Again, it's dangerous. There's another way to do it, and that's to chemically stored in a material called a hydride, and this is a substance that acts like a sponge. A sponge soaks up water. A hydride is a chemical that soaks up hydrogen, and once it's locked into it chemically, it's virtually non-flammable. You can get a car carrying a tank full of gas would be much more dangerous, and the way you get it out is you use either the exhaust or radiator water to warm the hydride and evolve the hydrogen. The only problem here was that these hydrides, or the amount of hydride I used in my car, it's reusable. You can refill it with hydrogen and so on. Ran about $15,000.
Oh.
And we didn't know what the lifetime of it was, but there were several corporations doing research in there. One of them is a big one called Billings Energy Corporation. I don't remember where they are, but they have several vehicles running on it. It's just not economically practical right now, but it's certainly a viable alternative.
All right. Thanks for the story. I've always wondered about that. Line 2, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with the group.
Hello, Art, California.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Lear and Dr. Lazar.
How are you doing?
Hi. Not doctor, by the way.
Well, degrees to me mean doctors unless you have a temperature.
I see.
My first question is for Mr. Lear. I'd like where I could get information on that hands-off law regarding intact UFOs, fragments, and the occupants.
Well, I'm glad you asked that, because I just pulled that out, thinking that somebody would call. And it is 14 CFR 1211 of the Code of Federal Regulations.
Okay.
And what it says is, anyone who sees and approaches a UFO and is able to touch the object may be liable for a $5,000 fine and or a year in prison if he or she does not submit to detention.
Wait a minute. Have you been fined, Bob?
No, I've never heard of this before. What are you reading this from, John?
From the Code of Federal Regulations, 14 CFR 1211. It has to do with touching UFOs.
And it says what if you have touched a UFO?
Yeah. Anybody who sees or approaches a UFO or touches the object may be liable for a $5,000 fine and or a year in prison if he or she does not submit to detention.
See, Bob, just
why submitted to detention?
I was going to say just one more insult.
I have a couple of questions for Mr. Lazar.
Very quickly.
Do you think the recent advances in ceramic metal technology will be used in a Buffard ramjet project? And the last question is, are biometals being developed for use in data storage and retrieval as well as espionage?
All right, thank you. Can you handle that, Bob?
Well, as far as what biometals are being used for, I don't know. I know very little about them. What was the first question?
No, I couldn't possibly regurgitate that.
Should have answered that one first because I knew the answer to that one.
Oh, you had that one. Well, darn. All right.
Think about it.
Listen, folks. Bob, I'm only going to request that I have you for about 7 more minutes, if I can have you that long. And then we'll do the last hour with John. Bob, it's been such an honor. Both of you stand by for a second. And we'll do that, and we'll do this. And we'll get it all handled and be right back. You're listening to the CBC and BRN radio networks together in the nighttime from Las Vegas. I'm Art Bell with John Lear and Bob Lazar.
KDWN, Las Vegas.
When you think of fine Mexican cuisine for the whole family, think of Vegas Cafe. To thank you for choosing Vegas Cafe for the past 14 years, Ernie and Celia Calderon have a new menu with a variety of seafood, specialty items, and desserts, plus all your favorites. There's more. Now you can enjoy a daily luncheon special for just $3.95 and separate dining rooms for smokers and non-smokers. You may also choose an imported or domestic beer or enjoy a wine margarita. Vegas Cafe at 4637 West Charleston in the Hyde Park Center serves breakfast, lunch, and dinner Tuesday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. Try Vegas Cafe, where the Calderon family's pleasure is serving your family superb homemade Mexican cuisine that will please your palate and your purse. Vegas Cafe, 870-7411. Closed.
Again from Las Vegas, unusually Bob Lazar and John Lear with us together this morning. And let's quickly go back to them because we don't have a whole lot of time here. Gentlemen, you're back on the air again, and I'll give you a final moment. I just want to get one more call in here, and I'll give you a final moment to get a plug in for where to get that tape in a moment. Good morning. You're on the air Coast to Coast AM with what I now call the group. Where are you calling from, please?
Thank you, Art. I'm calling from Santa Fe, New Mexico.
New Mexico, okay.
This is indeed an honor and a pleasure. I had the opportunity to catch John and Bob in August when they were on the air. And listening to that show gave me shivers for a couple reasons. In 1989, I had an experience in the mountains of New Mexico, which after viewing some objects in the sky, I started to write down some things in the following days. One of the things that I drew was something like a sphere with almost an ethereal ring around it or a field around it, and wrote down it had an aspect of folding and bending space. I wrote down 7 other aspects, and then when I listened to your show in August, and Bob Lazar, I ordered your tape immediately after that, and it put shivers and chills through me.
All right, this is the first time Bob's ever been on the air with me that I'm aware of, anyway. But indeed, John was here and talked about Bob's.
Well, there was another gentleman with John.
Yes, that's right.
With the imaging program.
That's right, with NASA, I believe.
Yeah, and anyway, one of the aspects that I wanted to...
then you put in.
Okay, well, thank you for the program.
Right, thank you very much for the call, and good morning. And line 1, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Lear, I have 2 or 3 questions for you. You were talking about time travel a little while ago, and you mentioned it also on the last program that they actually had conducted successful experiments.
What was the question? That somebody has conducted something?
Yeah, on your last program, you indicated that
it may not have been anybody from this earth.
Well, that's fine. My question, though, is are you familiar with the Rainbow Project, the Montauk Project, and the Phoenix Project?
Just vaguely. Is that the stuff that Al Bielek talks about?
Exactly, yeah, the Philadelphia Experiment. Now, what I wanted to... I've been reading these books talking about that, and the things are just so fantastic in there that he traveled 40 years into the future from 1943 to 1983, and then back again to 43. And this is all a result of attempts to make a battleship, or a destroyer, I guess it was, invisible, the USS Ulysses. And as a result, not only did it become invisible, but it went through time and space. And so I was wondering what your opinion on that is, or if you have one at all on his credibility.
All right, thank you.
I'm not inclined to believe it. I try to stick to kind of nuts and bolts and things that I can see and stuff that Bob's told me, and I just don't. I know Al, and I haven't talked to him very much about that, but I just don't believe it.
All right. First time caller line, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Good morning.
Hi. I have 2 questions.
All right.
The first was, you mentioned something about when you die, your soul goes to heaven, and the aliens, when you die, the aliens take your soul to another planet?
No, no. See, how did you hear all that? John, tell them what you know about souls and containers and such.
You know, it's just theory that supposedly the aliens refer to us in containers. Now, if by saying containers they mean that we contain the soul, then obviously they're doing experiments with the soul. And when you die, supposedly they collect the soul and they put it in another container. And I don't know that to be true.
Well, see, I did hear you say that. Is there anything I can read about that?
Pardon?
Is there anybody who's written anything good about this, John?
Whitley Strieber discusses that.
Whitley who?
In his books.
How do you spell his last name?
Strieber. S-T-R.
Strieber. Listen, sir, he'll spell it for you.
S-T-R-E-I-B-E-R. Whitley Strieber. And he's written 2 or 3 books.
Okay, the other question was, is there any, I know this is all speculation and stuff, but is there any speculation about there being like an alien culture that's non-violent with no state structure?
I don't know anything about that.
You never heard anybody talk about that?
Right, nor have I. Is that it, sir?
Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you. John, you just have to wonder where some of this stuff comes from.
Yeah.
All right, let me see here. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Hi.
Good morning, Art and John. A very entertaining show.
Thank you. Where are you calling from?
This is Barry in Phoenix.
Phoenix. Okay, Barry.
Mr. Lear.
Yes.
Do you agree that there's much CIA disinformation about UFOs?
Yeah, there is a lot of disinformation.
Pardon me?
There is a lot of disinformation.
Well, you mentioned the Brentwaters event in England.
Bentwaters, yeah.
Is there any possibility that could have been staged? And the reason I ask that is because the troops that were called out to witness that were all told not to take any arms.
Yes.
They were all told to leave their arms in their barracks.
Yes, it's very possible it was staged.
That took them out to the spot that they were going to witness, they all were unarmed. And the only reason I can think of this is that it was a staged event.
Well, it was a staged event, but the question is who staged it?
Probably the CIA.
Well, it's possible.
Oh, isn't that something? All right, thank you. So some of all this could be, in a sense, more intentional disinformation, John.
Well, when I say they staged it, I mean they staged it with real... well, I'm not going to get into that.
I get. Let me get into it a little bit. In other words, you can take something that is a basic truth, like the appearance of UFOs and discs and all the rest of it, and you can stretch it to an absurdity, and when you do, you discredit all that goes before it. Really.
Yeah, essentially that's it.
All right, let's keep moving here. Good morning, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Where are you calling from, please?
From Scottsdale again, Art. I have one more point, and...
No, sir, I'm sorry. We don't allow a callback on these shows, but I appreciate the attempt. Line 2, your turn.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have a comment and a couple of questions. I think interstellar or extraterrestrial travel, I think time is against us. Is that right or not? Against us or anybody else? The time it takes.
Oh, well, yes. With conventional means of transportation, sublight, that would, of course, be correct.
I'm talking about light year and even faster.
Uh-huh.
And another thing is, what would a tablespoon of matter from a black hole weigh? And
more than you can imagine, and certainly more than it would be for you to be able to get the spoon then to your mouth.
Right. And is there a true explanation on the term gravity? Can anybody really explain it?
That actually is a very good question. What the hell is gravity, John?
Well, not being a physicist, I don't know, but according to Bob, there's two forms of gravity, gravity A and gravity B. And gravity A is the small atomic force, and gravity B is the large force, like the Earth and the planets in orbit around the Sun.
All right. Very good. Let's see. First-time caller line. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Where are you calling us from?
I'm calling from Fresno, California.
All right. John Lear's listening. What is your question?
Well, my husband years ago met Mr. Lear's father in Reno.
Yes.
And my question is, could he review again about the helicopters and the men coming in black uniforms? Kind of review that again. I heard that before, and I didn't get all of it.
I understand. John, I've seen black helicopters. No markings. We've talked about that before. What are they?
I don't know. There's plenty of them around. Apparently, there's a lot of UFO incidents in which black helicopters appear with men dressed in black jumpsuits. Whether they're ours or theirs, I don't know. There's also appearances of helicopters that are absolutely noiseless, like they were just images, like they weren't really helicopters at all.
Well, exactly. The ones that I've heard are not quite silent, but not far from it, and you don't hear them very long. The moment they're gone a little bit, they are silent.
I've heard of some of our helicopters that are very, very quiet.
All right. Hold on right there, John. We're going to do another quick break. You're listening to the CBC and BRN radio networks in the nighttime.
KDWN, Las Vegas.
From the home of S4, in Area 99, Area 51, areas that don't even have numbers. They're so secret.
Las Vegas, the desert, and the great American Southwest. Welcome back to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell, and I'm going to give a quick version of the numbers, something I've not even had time to do this morning. If you're in the metropolitan area of Las Vegas, you can reach us at 383-8255, 8255. If you're out of state, toll free. It's 1-800-338-8255. The Wildcard Direct Dial lines, area code 702-385-7214. And if and only if you're a first-time caller, should you call area code 702-385-7213. John, you there? All right. We'll hopscotch, and this morning will be done before you know it.
Okay.
Wildcard line 3, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
We're both fine. Where are you calling from?
Buttonwillow, California.
Wow. I don't know where that is, but go ahead.
It's outside of Bakersfield.
Okay.
I have a question for John. I just tuned in, and I was curious. Does he believe that there's any interbreeding going on between humans and aliens, and to what ends do they expect to achieve?
Yes.
Supposedly there has been interbreeding. Apparently...
it's an ugly thought, John.
Pardon?
I say it's an ugly thought.
Apparently they're trying to interbreed for... apparently their race is dying out. At least this is the story some of the abductees come back with. And they're trying to interbreed with us to make a stronger form of themselves.
Very interesting. Okay, thank you very much.
That's right.
One of the species.
Thank you. That's a very disturbing thought, John, for most human beings. You know, unless there's cute little green chicks or something.
No.
Yeah. All right, good morning. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear.
Is this Art Bell?
It is, yes.
I'm flabbergasted. It's so nice to talk to you both. This is Billy, and I'm calling from Ontario. And, John, I talked with you recently at the Congress in Las Vegas at the Hacienda.
Yeah.
In the magic shop.
Right.
I happen to have heard Al Bielek, and I picked up the Montauk Project and saw his presentation. And I am a follower of Tesla, and I happen to really buy everything that Al Bielek has said. And if you will talk to Bob Brown, who put the Congress on, and also, have you seen Al Bielek's presentation at all?
No, I have not.
Well, I think you might, he held the audience in the palm of his hand, and everyone was absolutely not breathing. They were so entranced with everything that he had to say.
Well, ma'am, what kind of things did he say? I mean, the rest of his...
Well, his knowledge of electronics is absolutely impeccable. I would love to hear Bob Lazar and Al Bielek get together. And if you like, Art, I will send you Al Bielek's number, and maybe sometime you could do a show with him.
Why not? Why not? Indeed, call my network and
I will send further information. But Montauk Project and also the knowledge I have. I went with a friend who was on the panel, and she had some fascinating things to say also. So I really think there's a whole lot further to go in this whole area, and I really appreciate your having everybody on. And I'm sorry my tape recorder wasn't working, and I couldn't get the show tonight.
All right, well, if you'll listen carefully, I will shortly tell you how to get a copy of it. But we have got to go.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. John, hold on. We'll be right back, and I will be back with the information about how to get a copy of the show in just a moment.
Let me ask you, the business owner, would you like to advertise to over 750,000 people in the West per night? Would you like an audience that listens to the radio for information, that ranks as number one in listener loyalty, that is growing every night as Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell is proving to be the best late-night talk show in America? Would you like to reach the consumer who, much like yourself, has many interests and requires goods and services from a variety of suppliers? Does your business search for the investor who follows world events as a prelude to investment? Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell gives the advertiser an opportunity to reach an audience that has the income and desire for the products that you offer. We get results with adults for our clients. For more information about building your business with the Chancellor Broadcasting Network, call 702-798-1798. Bring our listeners to your products or services. Call 702-798-1798 today. That's 702-798-1798. From Jackie Gone's Plaza downtown, this is KDWN Las Vegas.
Good morning and welcome back to the show, the one you waited for and have certainly received this morning. If you want a copy of this show, I really know already that I'm about to save myself a whole lot of trouble because everybody will be calling up saying my tape recorder wouldn't work. If you want a copy of this show or any other show that we do here, are you ready to write? Do you have your pencil? Oh, I hope so. Please write this number down. Please don't call all over the place asking for this number, because this is the only place you can get it. If you want a copy of this show, you can get it by calling right now or anytime. Area code 702-873-3821, 3821. Let me give that again. For a copy of this show or any other that we've done, you can call right now, area code 702-873-3821. Having done that carefully, I know a lot of you still missed it and will want that number. Oh, well. Good morning again, John.
Art, how you doing?
Fine. Let us now continue. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Good morning.
Yes. I'm sorry. Good morning, Art. Good morning, Mr. Lear.
Good morning.
May I communicate with you, Mr. Lear, or write to you through Art Bell?
Sure.
Sure, absolutely.
All right. I will ask you, rather than take up time, something happened with a recurrence that I was not into your apology, totally out of context, and convincing enough that it left more or less an irreparable memory with me. Was there at any time a colony of aliens on Earth who later found the atmosphere to be hostile and inimical to them? But would they ever come back and say there were remaining descendants of that colony? They could no longer stay. The atmosphere, as I said, being hostile.
It's also becoming
catastrophe.
It's also, ma'am, becoming hostile to some of us that are here now.
No, this did not have the appearance. I can't go into the details. Time won't permit. Not at all hostile. But that there are descendants and there is a coming catastrophe, and warning us and alerting us, etc.
All right. Thank you. John, what about it?
Well, what's the question?
Well, the question is about the possibility of a coming catastrophe. It's really it's a follow-up on the question I gave you earlier.
I'm a terrible prophet.
Is the answer again. Okay. What about the question on atmosphere? Is it possible that our atmosphere is utterly hostile, even poisonous to ones who don't normally breathe this mix of oxygen and such?
Probably hostile to some life forms. That's why you see them wearing helmets and masks and different things and old carvings and other kinds of documents like that.
All right, so they're no different than we were. If we were to go to another planet, they'd be helmeted, and I believe some of the graphics on rocks here have shown creatures wearing apparent helmets. Is that not true?
Right.
All right. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Hi.
Yeah, good morning, Art. I take a certain amount of this as with a grain of salt. I'm sure that Mr. Lear does too. I wonder.
No, he does not, sir.
Oh, I wonder
Mr.
if
Lear
anybody,
has made
if
clear
either
the
of you have
fact
read-
that he absolutely believes what he's saying, and I.
Yeah, have either of you read the book "The Body Electric" by Dr. Robert Baker?
All right, thank you, John.
No, I have not. What does it say?
He's gone. So I don't know.
Body Electric.
But I do want to follow up on the first part of what he said, because he was ascribing to you and apparently a feeling that isn't really there. I mean, you don't take all this with a grain of salt at all, do you?
Well, a couple of people have said that. I remember on a show we did once before, a guy called and said, "You're doing this tongue-in-cheek, aren't you, Art?" And well, I'm certainly not. No, I believe it. I believe it 100%. So.
All right, so there. He was in Idaho. I know that fellow. All right, good morning. You're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Where are you calling from, please?
Alaska.
Alaska. Yes, sir.
Yes, I've got a couple questions. I'll make this brief. I'd like your opinion of the MJ-12 report, Majestic 12 report, given to Eisenhower. I'm sure you're familiar with that. And also Bill Cooper, what you think of the information he released. And the third thing would be, what your personal opinion of who Jesus Christ is?
Thank you. Oh, gee.
The MJ-12 report, the information I believe is essentially true. Whether that document that Bill Moore passed around is legitimate or not, I don't know. But I think the information is true. As far as Bill Cooper, he got more into the conspiracy part of this than I did. So, I don't have any comment there. I did talk to him the other day, and he seems to believe that the Masonic Lodge is behind all this stuff, and aliens don't exist, and there are no saucers. But
well, that's a new direction. And finally, John, and most importantly, please now reveal to us who Jesus Christ really is.
That's a toughie. I'm going to let you do that.
Oh, thanks. You know what I do at moments like that?
What's that?
I push the next button. Line 3, you're on the air with Art Bell and John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. You're talking about gravity. I believe that what we currently believe is gravity is probably something totally different than what we believe it is. I'll give you an example. What I currently believe gravity to be is this. Gravity is a pulling force due to the size of mass. In other words, on Earth, we weigh a certain amount of weight. If we were on the moon, we weigh 1/6 the weight because the mass of the moon is 1/6 that of the Earth.
And I will even add to this. Do you think that people falling off very tall buildings consider things like this on the way down?
Probably, especially when
the
they
nature of gravity.
So they hit the third floor.
Yeah.
Anyway, what I wanted to say here is now with like a black hole, the mass in a black hole is so condensed. The gentleman was talking about a tablespoon of mass from a black hole would probably have the same mass density as the Earth. So think of it this way: if two magnetic poles of the same pole, like two north poles, repel each other, say if you could get the density out of a black hole that had the same mass of the Earth, those two masses would probably repel each other, like magnets do.
Well, that sounds like a question for Bob, or a statement.
Yeah, too bad. Now, I want to take this one step further. You were talking about Tesla, and what Tesla was dealing with, according to him, were tachyon particles. Now, in tachyon theory, they say that gravity is not a pulling force. It's an accelerating force. And that the Earth acts as a shield for the tachyon particles. So with that theory in mind, and I guess with that theory, it's a workable theory in the tachyon particle theory, the idea of gravity changes.
All right, we've got to hold it there, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. The whole notion of gravity and what it is very interesting, isn't it, John? And it's hard to know whether it's a pulling force or a...
Now, Bob describes it as a wave, but I'll have to wait till he's on next time if you really want to know the bottom line.
All right. Very good. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Hello.
You cut me off before I could ask my question.
Okay, go ahead then, sir.
Yes, sir. Don't you really feel that the great threat to civilization is the great imbalance of strategic nuclear forces right now rather than anything alien?
All right, thank you. John, your answer?
Well, who's the enemy?
Well, I guess whatever was the Soviet Union, Russia and the other individual republics still do have actual physical possession nigh on to 30,000 nuclear weapons. So,
the bottom line is I don't believe that there is a threat now, and quite honestly, I don't believe there ever was a threat. And the reason was a friend of mine had spent on a summer cruise in Russia with Olaf Kalugin, who was the former chief of intelligence for the KGB and was fired in 1985. And this guy told him, he said, ask me anything. He said, they can't do anything more to me, and they haven't done anything. Ask me your questions. So my friend asked, well, how about the Rosenbergs? Were they guilty? And he said, yeah, they were dyed-in-the-wool communists. He said, how about Oswald? He said, Oswald was a nut. We didn't have anything to do with him. And then he asked about the Cold War, and this ex-head of the KGB said it was the Russians being equal to us in technology was manufactured by the U.S. intelligence. It never was a fact. They were never that close to us. The Cold War was more or less a myth fabricated by somebody.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what the next reason to keep a building and keep developing will be, huh, John?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Line 1, you're on the air. Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lee.
Thank you. I was wondering, I know that Mr. Lear has talked about a number of different kind of species of aliens or extraterrestrial. In 1984, I think a book came out called Dark Eyes that on the cover of the book was a spacecraft that looked like an upside-down aircraft carrier. In other words, the bottom part was the flat top that jets would land on. In 1978, I had seen a similar aircraft, and most people talk about saucers and things like that, and that's why this book just sort of popped up to me, because I had seen this thing flying, I would say about 8 stories off the ground in the Midwest somewhere in a city. And it was just above a cloud cover. It seemed like, you couldn't really see it, but it shook the whole neighborhood. And some people stated that they had seen it too, like clock stops and other things like that. I was wondering, do you have any idea of what that was, or?
No, there's all kinds of different craft, and some of them are just immense beyond belief. I think a British Airways crew saw one in the early 50s over Kuwait that was 6 miles in diameter. There's one that was seen in China that was 10 kilometers in diameter. There was one that was seen by a Japan Airlines Cargo 707 in 1987 over Alaska, and this thing was 3 times as big as an aircraft carrier. And, my only question is, what if there was only a 2-man crew on that one?
Thank you, caller. John, I'm going to add to that a little bit. One of the things that you once said to me did cause me to kind of raise my eyebrows really high. And it was something about, and I cannot recall, it may have been a 10-kilometer spacecraft of some kind that you referred to, and that sent my eyebrows up. And in ham radio, we have a method of communication called packet, which is nothing more than a kind of a fancy way to send information, and it appears on a screen. It can be stored in a computer and recalled and sent over networks. And doggone if there wasn't a pretty serious packet report the other day of a sighting of something that was supposedly miles long, and the moment I heard that, I remembered your comment on that gigantic spaceship.
Now, there are some very, very large ones that have been seen.
At line 2, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Lear, have you read Communion?
Yes.
What do you think of it?
It was scary. When I read it, was when I first started this research, and I heard about it. I was on my way to the airport. It was a flight from Las Vegas to Cleveland, and I kind of read. It was a night flight. I kind of read it on the way, and when I got to Cleveland, it was an overnighter there. I couldn't turn the light on. I mean, it was so real to me. Now, a lot of other people have read Communion, and then they think it's, so-so. But for me, it struck a true note. It felt really, really real to me.
Okay. There's another book out called Being by Michael Redfin. Have you had an opportunity to read that one?
No, I haven't. He's a British author, isn't he?
I believe so. It has more to do with the spiritual side of these beings, and it has a lot, well, maybe they're angels, maybe they're not, and so forth. Another question, what is the purpose of this 115?
All right, element 115, John.
Element 115 is the fuel that they use in an annihilation reaction, which creates the positive voltage, and somehow they get the gravity B wave, which is channeled and amplified to provide the travel that they use.
All right. Good morning on the first-time caller line. You're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Good morning.
Good morning. I have a couple of questions for John.
Sure. Where are you calling us from?
Tucson, I'm sorry.
Tucson. That's quite all right. Go ahead.
I'd like to have his opinion on the reports of instant healing that appear occasionally in the records of association with UFOs. And also I'd like to know what he feels about these abduction cases where usually they report being carried through solid walls or windows.
Really?
I've read both of those. Both of them are very interesting. Apparently the instant healing has occurred. I don't know how it has occurred. The one about being carried through the walls really puzzles me. There's also being carried through a car. They feel that their body is going through the car, or at least their soul, because they can look back in the car and see their body, but they feel like they are wherever they're being transported.
Yes.
It's always puzzled me, but it's like Lazar was talking about mental telepathy. Until we have more information, we're not going to know how they did it.
It seems to be a frequency beyond anything we know about.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, caller. Good morning. That opens a line in Las Vegas, 383-8255-8255. Or I should say there is one open. John, do you think we might get Mr. Strieber in as a guest one of these days with you?
I don't think so. We had kind of a falling out here about 4 or 5 years ago, and it was over something, just like most fallings out, it was over a minor thing, but I haven't talked to him in quite some time. And I don't know whether he's done any interviews after the disaster that the movie Communion was. I don't think he's been out much.
Mm-hmm. All right, very good. Wildcard line 3, you're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Hi.
Hi. I had a question about, I had read a book, it was about 5 years ago, and I can't remember the name of it, but it was about the moon. And a lot of the people in the Soviet Union believe the moon is actually alien aircraft of some type, it's hollow.
Yes, and that's what Bob was referring to, is some of these theories are so far out, you just wonder who cooked them up and where they came from. But yes, I have heard that. I've heard that it's a spaceship and there's aliens inside and all that, and was brought here and all that stuff.
Yeah, they said there's a hole that goes into and they can't even, they can see the hole, but they can't see all the way inside it.
Well, let me join this little parade of strangeness. I've also heard that there are large earth-moving machines on the moon, and that sort of thing. John, anything about that?
Well, now, the guest we had on the other day, Ron Maley, it was his father that saw the picture of the earth-moving machine. It was 300 or 100 yards in length, and it was shown to him by an astrophotographer. Very confidentially, but in fact, yes, that picture was taken by...
Am I still online?
Yeah, you're online.
Okay. I had another question. I heard another thing that the Soviets might have is things that can produce earthquakes.
Really? They owe us a lot of money for California. Hadn't heard about that, John?
Oh, I have not heard about that.
All right. Well, thank you, caller. Good morning. Line 3, you're on the air, Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Hi.
Yes, good morning. A very interesting show. Bob Lazar was... I like to hear the science behind all these things. And I kind of agree with Lazar's thing about 99.9 something % of this being just off the wall. But there was one thing that just hit me a little while ago. You're talking about some Soviet KGB guy who says the Soviets were never close to us in technology.
Olaf Kalugin. That was Olaf Kalugin.
Well, I beg to differ with that because at one point they were way ahead of us. I mean, they had Sputnik up and their throw weights as far as what they can put on a missile were,
Yes, sir, but that's brute force category. Technologically, we are and always have been and will be probably for a long time way ahead of them. Is that not...
Well, that when they were putting up Sputnik, we were probably already on the moon.
Well,
deal with that, caller.
That goes way beyond. Where we started taking over was where we had the computers, and because of our societal freedom, the spread of computers, and the usage by the people.
All right, look, time is very short, so say something very profound.
Okay, I think that as far as the aliens go, until they come and have direct communication with us, it's all conjecture. And what's the point? I mean, I think that we could use our mass knowledge and working together for more important things than...
All right, thank you. Well, all right, that's actually almost a good question, John.
The caller was talking about technology that the public knows about,
right?
Not what the government has. Our technology base runs approximately 30 years ahead of what the public knows.
So there you go, sir. John, we'll be right back with yet a bit more. Stay right there. This is the CBC and BRN Radio Network.
The Beijing Radio. Why should you want to own a Beijing radio? Well, the obvious. This radio doesn't require batteries, nor does it require being plugged into the wall. It carries the power within itself. It's got a patented device called the Bayliss Clockwork Generator, invented by Trevor Bayliss in Great Britain, manufactured in South Africa, built like a battleship. It's a full-size portable. Make no mistake. It's far from a toy. It's not a toy. This is a full-size portable that covers AM, FM, and 7 shortwave bands. It doesn't just play to headphones. It plays at full room volume. Now get this. If the power goes out, or even if it doesn't, you wind this radio, it's a little crank on the side, you turn it for 30 seconds, and this radio will then play for 30 minutes. 30 seconds, 30 minutes. Full room volume. It weighs 7 pounds, it's built like a tank, and supplies are running woefully short, so you should get on this right away. You should not wait. The number to call at 7:30 a.m. Friday morning, tomorrow morning, is 1-800-522-8863. Once again, 1-800-522-8863, the C. Crane Company.
This is Art Bell, inviting you to join me every weeknight for interesting and controversial talk from Area 51 in Nevada, UFOs, time travel, the paranormal. Look, if you're talking about it or possibly just even thinking about it, you can guarantee we'll be covering it. It's Coast to Coast with me, Art Bell.
Talk 720. KDWN, where locals come to talk. KDWN Las Vegas.
Good morning, everybody. Once again from Las Vegas, the high desert. Hasn't this been special? We've had John Lear with us. He's here for a couple more moments. Bob Lazar was here for a couple of hours, and it has been an enchanting night, to say the least. I'm Art Bell. It's been a pleasure to be with you this week in the fleeting moments of the show. I want to do as I always do, say thank you for a wonderful week of talk radio. It really has been a pleasure, folks. And now back to John Lear. John, are you there? All right. We don't have a whole lot of time left, and so to be sure that I get it in, John, that tape that explains everything, why not take one more crack at giving out the address?
It's TriDot Corporation. That's TRIDOT Corporation, 1324. That's 1324 Southeastern. And that's in Las Vegas, Nevada, 89104. And it's $29.95 plus $3 shipping and handling.
All right. Let's take a couple of lingering questions. People have been waiting so long. You're on the air Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell and John Lear. Where are you calling from, please?
Good morning, Art. This is Bonnie from Clear Lake.
Clear Lake, yes.
I got my Rossboro watch. It's beautiful. I have a question for John, though. Does everybody have a soul? The Bible says there's only so many, and if we're all keep being reborn again, how come there's billions of people and only so many souls?
No, yeah, well, that's a good question, actually.
I think we talked about that once before, and I said that I knew a few people that I didn't suspect had souls.
Which is just like my going to line 3. Line 1 is where I'm going right now. You're on the air with John Lear and Art Bell. Good morning.
Hello, is this? Am I on line 1?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Oh, yes. John, do you know anything about the effects of magnetism on these craft, or whether they're influenced or if they utilize our magnetic fields for anything?
No, that would be a question for Bob.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks.
Thank you. Have a good morning out of state. You're on the air Coast to Coast AM with John Lear and Art Bell. Hello?
Hello, Art.
Hello, where are you calling from, sir?
Kodiak.
Kodiak, Alaska. All right, John Lear is here. Do you have a quick question?
Yes, sir. Has he ever heard of the raw material?
What was that again?
The raw material, RA.
Oh, yes, yeah. Sure he has.
Yes, he has, sir.
If he could comment, and I'll listen off here.
All right. I don't have. All right, thank you. From Kodiak.
Well, it's just a book, just like all the other stuff. It has spiritual stuff, and it's like a lot of other books, like Urantia and stuff like that.
Oh, that is an interesting topic, and I don't think I say that we've ever really touched on that. All right, quickly, because we're about out of time. Line 2 for John Lear.
Yeah, John.
Yeah.
Is it true the UFO crash at Roswell?
Absolutely, positively true.
True.
Yeah.
And Hangar 18, are the 4 bodies at Hangar 18, and has anybody been in that hangar?
I think the Hangar 18 may just be, it may have been Hangar 18, but certainly there were 4 bodies. Which hangar they went into, I don't know.
The most credible of all the incidents, though, John, Roswell?
Pardon?
The most credible of all UFO incidents, Roswell?
Certainly that we have most of the evidence. The evidence that Stan Friedman and Don Berliner collected on it. They interviewed over 105 witnesses, many of them still living, that either touched or had something to do with that recovery.
Yeah.
All right, caller, gotta go.
Okay.
Thank you. John, we're out of time, so look.
Okay, can I get one last comment?
Yeah, one last comment.
Okay, even if you planted rye for the winter, be sure and fertilize every 6 weeks, about 5 pounds per thousand, and be sure and water early so that the lawn has a chance to dry in case there's a freeze at night.
And please don't forget my suggestion about the disc lighted on your lawn. John, as always, it's been a great pleasure. Thank you for attracting,
magnetism or gravity or something, you brought Bob Lazar to us, and that was something else.
Okay, thanks, Art.
It was a pleasure. We'll do it again, John?
Okay, great.
All right, bye-bye. That's it, folks. I'm sorry. We out of time. We'll see you Monday night, Tuesday morning with more of whatever it is that we do here, which constantly is changing. It's been a pleasure to be with all of you this week. I'm Art Bell, and I think my weekend has about arrived. Talk Radio continues on the flagship station, KDWN, coming next. Good morning, all.